Tonight, we're venturing into those shadows. We're exploring real-life accounts from people whose camping or hiking trips went horribly wrong, often fueled by decisions they undoubtedly regret. These aren't campfire tales spun from imagination. They are harrowing experiences that remind us just how vulnerable we can be when faced with the unknown or our own mistakes. Get ready to feel a chill as we present. True scary camping and hiking bad decisions horror stories. Prepare yourself, dim the lights, and let's dive into the wild and the terrifying. My name's William Will Mosley. Friends sometimes call me Gadget, usually with a roll of their eyes, but hey, it fits. I'm a software engineer by trade, the kind of guy whose apartment looks less like a living space and more like a Best Buy stockroom exploded. If it has a chip, a screen, or promises to make life marginally more efficient via Bluetooth, I probably own it, have pre-ordered the next version, and could likely field strip and reassemble it blindfolded. My philosophy has always been straightforward: the right tool, specifically the right technological tool, negates 99% of potential problems. Preparation, for me, isn't about tying knots or reading moss on trees. It's about battery life, signal strength, and redundant systems. Which brings me to Panthertown Valley. Nestled deep in the Nantahala National Forest of North Carolina, it's often called the Yosemite of the East. It's a place of raw, rugged beauty, sheer granite cliffs, plunging waterfalls, dense forests that feel ancient and untouched. It's also notoriously easy to get lost in. The trail system is complex, often poorly marked, and the valley floor itself can be a disorienting maze of creeks and rhododendron thickets. Naturally, I saw this as the perfect proving ground for my gear. And let's be honest, my ego. My hiking buddy Mark is, well, Mark's different. He's an old college friend, works in construction management, builds things with his actual hands. He appreciates nature for its own sake, not as a problem to be solved with circuitry. He'll bring a compass, sure, a reliable Silver Ranger he's had since his Eagle Scout days, but he's more likely to navigate by paying attention to the sun's position or the lay of the land. He tolerates my tech obsession with good humor, mostly, though I often catch him smirking when I'm syncing my smartwatch to my satellite messenger while he's just, looking at the view. This trip was supposed to be a 3-day loop, hitting some of the major waterfalls and overlooks. I'd spent weeks planning it. Routes meticulously mapped on multiple GPS apps, waypoints crossed, referenced, elevation profiles analyzed. I had my primary handheld GPS, a rugged Garmin unit trusted by serious outdoorsmen. My phone was loaded with offline maps on 3 different platforms, tucked into a waterproof, shockproof case. My smartwatch tracked our pace, altitude, and heart rate, also boasting GPS capabilities. As a final backup, I carried a high-end digital compass with altimeter and barometer functions. And of course, the satellite messenger, capable of sending SOS signals and pre-set messages from anywhere on Earth. Overkill, maybe. But I believed in redundancy. I trusted the silicon gods. Mark just brought his old compass, a paper map sealed in a plastic bag, just in case your batteries die, and a healthy dose of common sense. The first day was glorious. Perfect autumn weather, crisp air, leaves just starting to turn fiery shades of red and gold. My GPS performed flawlessly, guiding us along winding trails, confirming our position with reassuring accuracy. My phone surprisingly held a signal in the higher elevations, allowing me to fire off a smug, everything nominal, text to my girlfriend back home. We navigated tricky junctions, found hidden waterfalls not marked on the park service maps, thanks to crowdsourced GPS tracks, and generally felt like kings of the wilderness. I remember teasing Mark about his relic. Compass as my Garmin chirped another waypoint confirmation. See, I'd said, tapping the bright screen. Precision, Mark. Why guess when you can know? He just smiled that patient smile of his and adjusted his pack. The second day started just as well. We were heading deeper into the valley, aiming for a remote campsite near Black Rock Mountain. The trails became fainter, the woods thicker, the silence more profound. This was the welder part of Panther Town, the section where the warnings about getting lost felt most pertinent. But I wasn't worried. I had my constellation of digital guardians watching over us. Around mid-afternoon, we were navigating a particularly dense section. Following what the GPS indicated was an old logging path, though it was barely visible on the ground. Hemlocks and massive oaks towered over us, casting the forest floor in deep shadow. The air felt heavy. Still, I checked the Garmin, planning to mark a waypoint near a distinctive split boulder Mark had pointed out. That's when it happened. The screen on the Garmin flickered, not like a low battery warning. It charged everything meticulously the night before. This was different. Erratic. The detailed topographic map dissolved into a mess of jagged lines and nonsensical symbols. The coordinates at the top spun like a slot machine hitting a jackpot of gibberish. 907 Kwoan Bu. Altitude read RR. Speed DTCOR. What the hell? I muttered, tapping the screen uselessly. I tried powering it off and on again. Same result. Just digital chaos. Annoyed but not yet alarmed, I pulled out my phone. No service. Okay, that wasn't entirely unexpected down here in the valley depths. But when I opened my primary map app, the one with the carefully downloaded offline maps, it refused to lock onto a location. The little blue dot that represented us simply wasn't there. Just the map, inert and useless without a GPS fix. My secondary app did the same. And the third. No GPS signal. None at all. A prickle of unease started crawling up my spine. This wasn't normal. Even with no cell service, the GPS chips and phones should still function. Mark, I said, trying to keep my voice level. Something weird's going on. My GPS is fried and my phone can't get a fix. Mark stopped, looking back at me. He saw the confusion on my face. Weird, he agreed. Full, I insisted. Everything's full. It's like the signal's just gone. Completely. I unclipped my fancy digital compass from my pack strap. It had always been rock solid. I held it flat. The digital needle, usually locked steadfastly on a magnetic north, began to drift, then spin lazily, then faster, rotating completely untethered to reality. It settled briefly on south, then swung wildly to west, then did a full 360. Okay, now that's messed up. I breathed. The unease was blooming into genuine anxiety. This wasn't a gear malfunction, this was something external. Mark frowned, digging into his pocket for his own compass, the trusty Silver Ranger. He held it out, letting the needle settle. Or rather, letting it try to settle. It swung back and forth agitatedly, like a nervous animal refusing to lock on a north. It quivered, pointing vaguely northwest, then southeast, then spun in a slow, sickening circle. We looked at each other. Mark's easy-going expression was gone, replaced by a deepening concern that mirrored my own growing fear. 2 different GPS units, a smartphone's GPS chip, a high-end digital compass, and a simple, reliable magnetic compass all rendered utterly useless in the exact same spot, at the exact same moment. It felt impossible, like the laws of physics had suddenly taken a coffee break. Or worse, like something. I looked up through the dense canopy, half expecting to see some bizarre atmospheric phenomenon, some strange shimmer in the air. There was nothing, just the indifferent trees, the deepening shadows, and a profound, unnerving silence. The path we thought we were following seemed to melt into the undergrowth ahead. Behind us, the way we'd come looked suddenly unfamiliar. Every tree looked like every other tree. The split boulder I'd meant to mark seemed less distinct now, almost generic. We were deep in the valley, miles from the nearest trailhead. And all the technology I had so implicitly trusted, the gear that defined my preparedness, was now just dead weight. My digital safety net hadn't just failed, it had vanished completely, instantly, inexplicably. Mark slowly put his still, spinning compass back in his pocket. He looked at me, then around at the dense, silent woods. The smirk was long gone. "Well, Will," he said, his voice quiet but tight. "Looks like we might have relied a bit too much on those gadgets after all. The weight of that bad decision, my decision, settled on me, heavier than my pack. We were lost. Truly, utterly lost. And as the afternoon sun began to dip lower, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees, the forest didn't feel beautiful anymore. It felt watchful. It felt vast. And it felt like it had absolutely no intention of letting us go easily. The silicon gods were silent, and the old, primal fears were starting to whisper. The silence that followed Mark's words stretched, thick and suffocating. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of the wilderness anymore. It was the tense, waiting silence of a predator sizing up its prey. My pack, usually a source of comfort filled with solutions, suddenly felt like an anchor dragging me down into a sea of primitive fear. Every piece of sophisticated electronics strapped to it or tucked inside was now just mocking, useless weight. My digital compass, my multi-band GPS, my smartphone, they were bricks. Expensive, intricately engineered bricks. Okay, Mark said, breaking the spell. He ran a hand through his hair, his usual calm demeanor strained. Okay, let's not panic. Rule 1. He took a deep breath, visibly trying to center himself. We know the general direction we came from. The sun is heading west. He pointed through a gap in the dense canopy, towards where the light seemed slightly warmer. Lower, if we head roughly east, northeast, we should eventually hit the main valley trail. Right? In theory, yes. On my now useless GPS map, the main trail formed a large loop around the valley's perimeter. Hitting it anywhere would be salvation. But roughly east, northeast, based on a setting sun filtered through thick trees, felt terrifyingly imprecise. My mind raced, trying to access the cached satellite images, the topographic overlays, the carefully plotted route I'd memorized on screen. But visualizing it felt different, detached, like remembering a dream. The forest floor, with its tangled roots, uneven ground, and dense rhododendron thickets, bore little resemblance to the neat lines and elevation contours I'd studied. Yeah, I managed, my voice sounding thinner than I wanted. Yeah, that's the theory. My instinct, my training as a tech guy, screamed for data. Give me a coordinate, a bearing, something concrete. But there was nothing. Only the sun, the trees, and Mark's grim determination. We started moving. Mark took the lead, trying to use the sun's position and the slight downhill slope of the land as guides. I followed. Stumbling, my eyes darting nervously around. Every shadow seemed too deep. Every rustle of leaves sounded like movement just beyond our vision. The forest had transformed. The majestic trees now felt like cage bars. The whispering wind seemed to carry mocking undertones. We tried to backtrack first, looking for familiar markers. The split boulder. A distinctive lightning scarred pine we'd passed an hour earlier. A small stream crossing. But everything looked disturbingly similar. Was that the boulder, or just another one like it? Didn't we cross a stream wider than this one? Doubt gnawed at us, slowing our progress, forcing us to double back repeatedly. The conviction that we were walking in circles began to grow, heavy and demoralizing. My feet, usually guided by precise GPS tracks telling me exactly where the path lay, found every hidden route, every slippery patch of mud. Brambles tore at my expensive hiking pants. Branches seemed to whip back with unusual force, one catching my cheek and drawing blood. It felt personal. Ridiculous, I know. Trees don't have intentions. But the feeling was inescapable. The forest wasn't just indifferent, it felt actively resistant, pushing back against our attempts to navigate, trying to confuse and trap us. We'll look at this, Mark said, his voice hushed. He pointed to a series of deep scratches on the bark of a large poplar tree. They were too uniform, too deliberate to be from an animal. 3 vertical gouges side by side dug deep into the wood. They looked weathered, old, but undeniably man-made, or something made. A shiver traced its way down my spine. Was it an old trail marker, or a warning? There was no way to know. It just added another layer of unsettling mystery to our predicament. We pushed on, trying to stick to Mark's eastward bearing. But the terrain fought us. Steep gullies forced us into long detours. Impenetrable thickets of mountain laurel, their waxy leaves seeming to absorb the light, funneled us into directions we didn't want to go. Several times we crested small rises, hoping for a view, any view, that could orient us. But each time we were met with nothing but an endless sea of trees, stretching out in every direction, under a sky that was rapidly losing its light. The sun dipped below the western ridgeline, plunging the valley floor into a deep, blue twilight. The temperature began to drop noticeably. We hadn't planned for a night out here. Not really. We had emergency blankets, a basic first aid kit, headlamps, and maybe enough food for a meager dinner and breakfast if we stretched it. Our water filters were useless without a reliable water source, and the small streams we'd crossed earlier seemed to have vanished. We each had maybe a liter of water left. It wasn't nearly enough. Fear began to curdle into something uglier. Frustration. Blame. I told you we should have stuck to the main trail, Mark muttered at one point, swatting angrily at a low-hanging branch. This shortcut you found online, it was a valid track. I snapped back, instantly defensive, though the hollowness of my own argument echoed in my ears. My gear never fails. Something happened back there, Mark. This isn't about a bad track. Yeah, well, your gear did fail, Will. He shot back, turning to face me, his face tight with stress and exhaustion. All of it! And now look where we are. Relying on roughly east. We stared at each other, breathing heavily, the accusation hanging in the cold air. Mark looked away first, shaking his head. Sorry, he mumbled. Just getting spooked. Me too. I admitted quietly. The anger drained away, leaving only a cold dread. We were in this together, and fighting wouldn't help. Darkness fell completely, swift and total under the thick canopy. We clicked on our headlamps, their beams cutting sharp. Lonely cones through the blackness, making the surrounding woods seem even more impenetrable. The familiar night sounds of the forest, crickets, owls, the rustle of small creatures were strangely absent. An oppressive silence descended, broken only by our own ragged breaths and the crunch of our boots on the leaf litter. It felt like the woods were holding their breath. Waiting. We knew we couldn't keep moving safely in the dark. We had to make camp. We found a slightly less dense spot, cleared away the dry leaves, and pulled out our emergency supplies. The thin mylar blankets crackled loudly in the silence as we wrapped them around ourselves, offering scant protection against the damp chill seeping up from the ground. We ate a few bites of energy bars in silence, the synthetic taste doing little to comfort us. We decided against trying to build a fire, conserving lighter fuel, and somehow, inexplicably, feeling like we didn't want to advertise our presence. Sitting there, huddled together in the inadequate pool of our headlamps, the feeling of being watched became almost unbearable. Every snap of a twig from the darkness beyond our lights made us jump. Was it just a branch falling, an animal, or something else? My logical mind tried to rationalize, tried to overlay schemas of known nocturnal fauna and geological possibilities for magnetic anomalies. But logic felt flimsy here, irrelevant. The primal fear gripping my chest didn't care about explanations. It only knew we were small, vulnerable, and profoundly unwelcome. Mark had his old compass out again, laying it flat on a rock between us. In the beams of our headlamps, we watched the needle. It wasn't spinning wildly anymore. It quivered, vibrated almost imperceptibly, pointing stubbornly towards a spot deep in the black woods to our south, not north, not south. Just there. Pointing towards something unseen in the darkness. Then we heard it. It wasn't loud. A low, guttural sound, somewhere between a growl and a drawn, out moan. It came from the direction the compass needle was pointing. It didn't sound like any animal I knew, not a bear, not a coyote, not a wildcat. It was a wet, ragged sound, filled with a texture that spoke of immense weight, or pain, or perhaps hunger. We froze, headlamps instantly snapping towards the source of the noise. The beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating tree trunks, tangled undergrowth, but nothing else. The sound faded, leaving behind a silence that felt even heavier, more menacing than before. We didn't speak. We didn't need to. We just sat there, backs pressed together for mutual support, straining our ears, eyes wide, peering into the oppressive darkness that surrounded our tiny island of light. The compass needle still quivered, pointing. The woods watched and waited. And somewhere out there, in the direction the compass insisted upon, something unknown was moving. The bad decision wasn't just trusting my tech anymore. It was coming to Panthertown Valley in the first place, and the night was far from over. The silence after that unearthly sound was a physical presence. It pressed in on us, heavier than the darkness, thick with unspoken questions and raw fear. We didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe too loudly. Our headlamps swept frantic arcs through the trees, revealing nothing but indifferent bark and tangled undergrowth. The sound didn't come again, but its echo lingered, imprinted on our minds. Whatever made that noise was out there. Somewhere in the blackness the compass needle so stubbornly indicated. Sleep was impossible. Every time I started to drift, exhaustion blurring the edges of reality, a snapping twig or the rustle of wind in the leaves would jerk me back to high alert, heart pounding, adrenaline surging uselessly. We huddled under the crackling mylar, shivering more from fear than cold, though the damp chill seeped into our bones regardless. Mark kept the compass on the rock between us. Throughout the long, agonizing hours, the needle never wavered from its southward bearing, a silent, ominous sentinel pointing towards the unseen. It was a terrifying focal point in the vast, featureless dark. Did it mean danger? Or was it, somehow, pointing towards a disruption, the source of our technological blackout? We didn't know, and neither possibility offered much comfort. The darkness felt alive, not with the normal nocturnal scurryings of a forest, but with a watchful, calculating intelligence. I kept seeing flickers of movement at the very edge of my headlamp beam, shapes that resolved into tree trunks or shadows when I looked directly. Paranoia, I told myself. Exhaustion. But the feeling persisted, shared between us in the tense silence. We were intruders in a place that resented our presence, a place that had stripped us of our modern defenses and now watched us with ancient, patient malice. Dawn finally broke, not with a glorious sunrise, but with a slow, grudging gray light filtering through the dense canopy. It revealed a landscape bleached of color, damp, and utterly indifferent to our plight. We were stiff, cold, profoundly dehydrated, and running on fumes. The meager remains of our energy bars tasted like sawdust. Our water was nearly gone, maybe 2 swallows each left. Desperation was a cold knot in my stomach. "We have to move," Mark said, his voice hoarse. "We stick to the plan. East-northeast. Try to hit the main trail. It's our only chance." I nodded numbly. The idea of heading towards the thing the compass indicated, even if it was the source of the anomaly, felt like suicide. Mark's plan, based on the faint hope of finding the trail, felt only slightly less so. But staying here meant slow dehydration and starvation, waiting for whatever made that noise to return. We packed our useless gear, the weight of my dead electronics feeling heavier than ever. Every step was an effort. Our legs were leaden, our minds foggy with fatigue and fear. We pushed through the undergrowth, Mark grimly trying to hold a bearing based on the weak morning light. Me stumbling behind, scanning the woods, listening. The forest continued its subtle resistance. Trails we thought we recognized from the day before petered out into nothing. Creeks seemed to flow in the wrong direction. The landscape felt subtly wrong, as if we'd slipped into a flawed copy of the valley. We found another tree with those same strange, vertical gouges, deeper this time and looking unnervingly fresh. Lower down near the base was a small, carefully arranged pile of smooth, gray stones. It wasn't natural. It felt ritualistic, alien. Around mid-morning, as we forced our way through a particularly dense laurel slick, the air changed. It grew heavy, still, and strangely cold, just like it had back where the tech first failed. Mark stopped, holding up a hand. "You feel that?" he whispered. I did. A low hum seemed to vibrate in the air, felt more in my bones than heard with my ears. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I risked pulling out my digital compass again. The screen remained blank dead. Mark checked his Silva. The needle spun lazily, completely detached from magnetic north, just as it had before. "We're close," I whispered back, though whether it was close to the source of the problem or just another dead zone, I had no idea. Close to what? We pushed forward cautiously, drawn by a morbid curiosity and the desperate hope that understanding the anomaly might somehow help us. The humming intensified slightly. We emerged into a small, unnaturally symmetrical clearing. The ground was carpeted not with leaves, but with a thick layer of brittle, gray moss that crunched underfoot. In the center stood a single, massive boulder. Unlike the surrounding granite, it was dark, almost black, and seemed to absorb the light. There were no markings on it, but it radiated a profound sense of wrongness. The air around it felt colder still. As we stared at it, a sudden, panic crashing came from the woods directly behind us, not the sound of a deer bolting. This was heavier, more deliberate, branches snapping, something large moving with frightening speed towards us. "Run!" Mark yelled, grabbing my arm. We didn't need telling twice. We bolted, adrenaline erasing our exhaustion. We plunged back into the laurel thicket, not caring about direction anymore, just distance. Behind us, the crashing continued, keeping pace, flanking us. We didn't look back. The sound was enough. Heavy, rhythmic, impossibly fast through the dense woods. It wasn't the growl from the night, but it felt connected, part of the same hostile presence. We ran blindly, scrambling down slopes, tearing through briars, driven by pure terror. The sound of pursuit stayed with us for what felt like an eternity, sometimes closer, sometimes farther, always there. Then, abruptly, as we fell half, slid down a steep, muddy bank, we landed in water, a stream, wider than the trickles we'd seen before, flowing with purpose, and blessedly, miraculously, flowing roughly east. "This way!" Mark gasped, already wading downstream. Water always flows downhill. It has to lead somewhere. We splashed through the cold water, stumbling on slick rocks, driven by the fading sounds of pursuit behind us and the desperate hope ahead. The stream widened further, the trees began to thin slightly, and then we heard it. Faint, distant, but unmistakable, the sound of a car engine. Hope surged, raw and overwhelming. We pushed harder, ignoring the pain, the cold, the exhaustion. The sound grew louder. We rounded a bend, and through the trees, we saw it, the blessed. Beautiful sight of sunlight glinting off asphalt. A road. We scrambled up the bank, tearing through a final screen of bushes, and collapsed onto the narrow shoulder of a paved road. We were scratched, muddy, bleeding, soaked, and trembling, but we were out. We just lay there for a moment, gasping for air, the familiar sound of tires on pavement, the most beautiful music I'd ever heard. A few minutes later, a bewildered-looking couple in an SUV stopped, eyes wide at the state of us. They gave us water, sweet, clean, life-giving water, and drove us towards the nearest ranger station. We mumbled something about getting badly lost, our GPS failing. We didn't mention the compasses spinning, the strange clearing, the sound in the night, or the feeling of being hunted. How could we? It sounded insane. The rangers were sympathetic but puzzled. Panthertown claims hikers, yes, but the spot where we estimated our tech failed wasn't known for any unusual magnetic interference. They searched the area later, found nothing out of the ordinary. No strange clearings, no gauge trees, no black rocks. Our gear. Back within cell range, miles from the valley, it all flickered back to life. GPS locked instantly. Compasses pointed dutifully north. Phones showed full bars. As if nothing had ever happened. I don't hike in Panthertown Valley anymore. Mark barely hikes at all now, and when he does, it's on wide, well-populated trails. We don't talk about that second night, about the sound or the chase. Some things don't need words. My relationship with technology is complicated now. I still use it, rely on it even. I'm a tech guy, it's in my blood, but I don't trust it implicitly anymore. Not like I did. I learned humility in those woods, stripped bare of my digital confidence. I learned that there are forces in this world, ancient, terrestrial, maybe something else entirely, that our neat little circuits and satellite signals can't always map or master. Relying solely on tech was my bad decision, my hubris. The deeper mistake was assuming that we were the apex predators, that the wild was just a backdrop for our adventures, fully knowable and controllable. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I'll take out Mark's old Silva compass. Most of the time, it points north, steady and true. But occasionally, if I hold it just right near a map of western North Carolina, the needle will quiver. Just slightly. And it will drift ever so slowly towards the south. towards the deep, silent heart of the valley, pointing, waiting. And I remember the sound in the darkness and the feeling of unseen eyes watching from the trees. And I know, deep in my bones, that something is still out there, in the place where the signal dies and the woods have teeth. My name is Mia Caldwell. I guess you could call me an enthusiast of the outdoors, though maybe addict is closer to the truth. There's something about the silence of the deep woods, the smell of pine and damp earth, the feeling of being utterly dwarfed by nature that just resets my soul. City life, with its constant noise and demands, tends to fray my nerves after a while. So, whenever I get a few days off from my decidedly unadventurous graphic design job, I pack my bag, grab my trekking poles, and head for the hills. This time, my compass pointed towards the Pisgah National Forest, near Brevard, North Carolina. I'd heard whispers about its dense forests, cascading waterfalls, and the sheer, untamed beauty of the place. It sounded like exactly the kind of immersion I needed. I planned a 3-day solo backpacking trip. Some folks think it's crazy, a woman hiking alone out there, but I've always found a certain peace in the solitude. I'm prepared, meticulous about my gear, my route planning, and safety protocols. I carry a satellite messenger, bear sprays more for peace of mind than actual expectation of use, and enough supplies to last me longer than planned if needed. I'm not reckless, just independent. The first day was everything I'd hoped for. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and rich soil. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The trail wound upwards, challenging but rewarding, offering glimpses of distant blue ridges through gaps in the trees. I felt the city stress melting away with every step, replaced by the steady rhythm of my boots on the trail, and the symphony of the forest chirping birds, rustling leaves, the distant murmur of a creek. By late afternoon, I was starting to think about finding a spot to make camp for the night. My map showed a designated primitive site, a couple of miles ahead, but I was also keeping an eye out for any suitable clearing off trail somewhere truly secluded. That's when I saw it. Tucked away in a small hollow, slightly off the main path I was following, was a clearing. It wasn't marked on my map. What drew my eye was the unnatural arrangement, a ring of stones, clearly forming a fire pit. Curiosity piqued, I pushed through a curtain of rhododendron branches and stepped into the small space. It was undeniably a campsite, but there was an immediate sense of haste about it. A simple blue tarp was haphazardly strung between 2 trees, sagging in the middle where rainwater had pooled and then presumably spilled. A dented tin mug sat near the fire pit, looking forlorn. The pit itself held a mound of gray ash, but beneath the surface layer, some embers looked suspiciously dark, as if the fire hadn't been out for more than a day or 2, maybe 3 at most. Someone had been here very recently, yet there was no tent, no backpack, no sleeping bag. Just the tarp, the mug, and a scattering of minor debris, a couple of empty ration packets, a broken tent peg. The kind of things you might overlook if you packed up in a blind panic. An odd feeling prickled the back of my neck. It wasn't just the abandoned gear, it was the atmosphere. The usual forest sounds seemed muffled here, hushed. The air felt heavy, stagnant. Usually, finding a pre-used spot like this is a minor bonus, an existing fire pit saves some effort. But this felt wrong. It felt less like a place someone had left, and more like a place someone had fled. I circled the fire pit slowly, my boots scuffing through the thick layer of fallen leaves that carpeted the clearing. Why leave in such a hurry? Weather. There hadn't been any major storms recently. Animal encounter. Maybe, but usually you'd expect more signs of a struggle, or at least more gear left behind, if someone was truly chased off. My gaze snagged on something dark, nestled amongst the leaves right at the edge of the stone ring, partially covered by damp earth kicked up near the pit. I nudged it with the toe of my boot. It wasn't a rock. Bending down, I brushed away the wet leaves. It was a notebook. A small spiral, bound notebook, the kind you can pick up at any drugstore. Its cover, once probably a plain brown or black, was warped and stained, swollen with moisture. It felt heavy and sodden in my hand. A diary. My heart gave a little jump. Finding someone's personal diary felt like a violation, an intrusion. My first instinct was to leave it, put it back where I found it. But the abandoned campsite, the feeling of uneasy, it gnawed at me. What could have possibly made someone leave this behind, along with everything else? Against my better judgment, fueled by a morbid curiosity and that persistent wrongness I felt in the air, I decided to open it. The pages were thick and damp, sticking together. Many were illegible, the ink blurred into abstract watercolor Rorschachs by the rain and time. But tucked deeper inside, some pages were partially protected. The writing, where visible, was in a neat, compact script. The first few legible entries seemed perfectly normal, exactly what you'd expect from someone documenting a hiking trip. October 12th made it to the trailhead later than planned. Traffic sucked. Hiking was beautiful, though. Found a great spot off trail, perfect little hollow. Setting up camp now. Weather looks clear for the next few days. Excited to explore. October 13th woke up early. Air is so clean here. Did a 6-mile loop hike today. Saw 3 deer and what might have been a barred owl. Trail was tougher than expected in sections, lots of roots. Feeling good though. Just me and the trees. Perfect. October 14th weather holding. Took photos down by the creek. Filtered some water. Spent the afternoon sketching. Tried to capture the way the light hits the moss on the rocks. Peaceful day. No sign of other hikers since I left the main trail. I flipped through more pages, the dampness making them tear easily. Standard stuff. Notes about meals cooked over the fire, observations about the changing leaf colors, complaints about sore muscles. It was relatable, calming even. Whoever wrote this seemed like a regular hiker, someone like me, just enjoying the solitude. But then the tone started to shift. It wasn't abrupt, more like a subtle darkening, a creeping shadow falling over the neat script. October 15th, strange night. Kept thinking I heard footsteps circling the camp. Probably just deer or maybe a bear. Checked around this morning, didn't see any tracks besides the usual critters. Still felt weirdly unsettling. Shook it off. Heading towards the ridge today. Reading that, standing in the exact spot where the writer had felt uneasy, sent a fresh chill down my spine. The silence of the hollow seemed to press in closer. I glanced nervously over my shoulder, peering into the dense woods surrounding the clearing. The trees stood silent and watchful. Probably just deer, I told myself, echoing the diary's sentiment, but the reassurance felt hollow. I turned back to the waterlogged pages, my fingers trembling slightly as I tried to decipher the increasingly messy handwriting on the next entry. The neat script was starting to fray. The damp page clung stubbornly to the one beneath it. I carefully peeled them apart, the paper threatening to dissolve under my touch. The ink on the next entry was slightly smudged, the handwriting noticeably less precise than before. October 16th didn't sleep well again. That sound, not footsteps this time, more like something heavy dragging itself through the undergrowth just beyond the light of my fire. Happened multiple times. Every time I shone my flashlight out, there was nothing. Just trees. But I know I heard it. And this morning I found scratches on the big oak tree near my tarp. High up. Too high for a bear, unless it was standing on its hind legs. They looked deliberate. 3 long gouges in the bark. Felt watched all day on my hike. Cut it short and came back to camp early. Double-checked my supplies. Everything feels wrong. My own breath hitched in my throat. Scratches, high up. I instinctively looked around the clearing. There were several large oaks ringing the space. My eyes scanned the bark, heart hammering against my ribs. On the far side, partially obscured by shadows, was an old, thick, trunked oak. And there, about 8 or 9 feet off the ground, were 3 long, vertical gouges marring the otherwise rough bark. They looked pale against the darker wood, relatively fresh. Not made by any climbing gear I recognized. They looked like something had clawed it. Deeply. A wave of dizziness washed over me. This wasn't just some hiker's paranoia documented in a forgotten book. This was real. The physical evidence was right there, matching the diary's description. The wrongness of the place solidified, pressing down on me like a physical weight. The silence was no longer peaceful, it was predatory. My hands were shaking now as I forced myself to read the next entry. The handwriting had deteriorated further, looser, more hurried. There were ink blots, as if the writer's hand had trembled or hesitated. October 17th, it's following me. I'm sure of it now. Not just sounds at night, during the day too. Glimpses of movement in the trees, always at the edge of my vision. Something tall, thin, unnatural. When I turn to look, it's gone. Or maybe it just blends in. The woods feel different now. Not welcoming. Hostile. I tried hiking back towards the main trail today, but I got turned around. Ended up back here. It felt like the woods themselves didn't want me to leave. Am I going crazy? The isolation, maybe it's getting to me. But the scratches and the feeling the feeling of being watched never stops. Tall, thin, unnatural. The words echoed the vague shapes I sometimes imagined seeing in my peripheral vision when hiking alone. The tricks of light and shadow that usually resolved into tree trunks or swaying branches upon a second look. But the writer seemed convinced enough to try and leave, and somehow fail. The idea of the forest itself actively preventing escape, that was a primal sort of horror I hadn't considered. I flipped another fragile page. The script was now jagged, sprawling across the lines. October 18th. Saw it more clearly last night. Stood just outside the firelight. Couldn't make out details, so tall. Like a tree that learned to walk but wrong, skinnier. Long limbs, it just stood there, watching me. I yelled it through a rock. It didn't flinch, it just stayed. And the worst part, God, the worst part, it doesn't have a face. Where a face should be, there's nothing. Just smooth, like polished wood or pale stone. No eyes, no mouth, nothing. But it sees me. I know it does. How can it see without eyes? Stayed frozen by the fire all night, didn't dare sleep. A tall man with no face. The phrase hung in the air, chilling me to the bone despite the mild afternoon temperature. My imagination, fueled by the frantic words and the oppressive atmosphere of the clearing, conjured a horrifying image, a towering, unnaturally slender figure standing motionless among the trees, its featureless head tilted slightly, seeing despite its blankness. It felt like something ripped from a nightmare, a folktale monster given terrifying substance. I looked around wildly, half expecting to see it standing there, just beyond the ring of stones, smooth face turned towards me. The woods remained still, offering no answers, only deepening shadows as the sun began its slow descent. The normalcy of the birdsong I'd enjoyed earlier seemed like a distant memory, replaced by an unnerving quiet. The next few entries were short, almost illegible scribbles. Oct 990 still here. It comes closer every night. Doesn't do anything. Just watches. Waiting. Oct 1 food running low. Tried to leave again. Got lost again. Always end up back here. It's playing with me. Oct 21 saying rained hard last night. Thought it might keep it away. No. Stood out there in the downpour. Didn't move. The desperation was palpable. I could feel the writer's sanity fraying, their hope dwindling with each passing day trapped in this small, cursed clearing. Trapped with it. The water damage got worse here, blurring much of the text, but I could make out fragments. Dragging sound again closer. Smooth face always watching. Can't sleep, must stay awake. Then, the final legible entry, before the pages dissolved into complete ruin. The writing was barely more than a frantic scrawl, loops and lines crashing into each other, the pen having dug deeply into the paper, tearing it in places. It was dated October 22nd, just a few days ago, relative to when I found the diary. It consisted of only 6 words sprawled across the entire page. It sees me. Don't come here. The pen had trailed off the last word, leaving a long, jagged line down the page, as if the writer had been interrupted, or their hand had spasmed violently. It sees me. The words seemed to bloom in the heavy air of the clearing. It wasn't just a record of past events anymore. It felt like a direct warning, a plea. Don't come here. But I was already here. standing where they stood, reading their final, terrified message. A sudden snap of a twig breaking somewhere deep in the woods to my right shattered the silence. My head whipped around, eyes straining to pierce the shadows between the trees. Nothing. Just the dense tangle of rhododendrons and the tall, silent trunks. Probably just a squirrel or a deer, just like the diary writer had initially thought. But I didn't believe it. Not anymore. The diary felt cold and heavy in my hand, no longer just damp paper, but a heavy talisman of fear. The scratches on the tree, the abandoned tarp, the final, desperate warning, it was too much to dismiss. Finding this diary wasn't an accident. It was a warning flare fired from the past, landing squarely at my feet. The wrongness of the place had fully coalesced now in active menace. I wasn't just trespassing on someone's abandoned campsite. I was trespassing on its territory. The writer hadn't just left, they were taken, or they became part of the silence. And the thing that watched them, the tall man with no face, could still be here, watching me. My blood ran cold. I couldn't stay here. Every instinct screamed at me to run. The diary felt toxic, cursed. I couldn't keep it. I couldn't leave it for someone else to find. There was only one thing to do. It sees me. Don't come here. The jagged scrawl seemed to pulse in my vision. The twig snap, whether real or imagined, had broken the spell of morbid curiosity and replaced it with raw, undiluted terror. Standing there, holding the waterlogged testament to someone else's final days, I felt an icy certainty. The writer wasn't just paranoid, and they weren't exaggerating. Whatever haunted this clearing, this tall man with no face, was real, and it was dangerous. And I had just announced my presence by poking around its hunting ground. The diary felt like a contagion in my hand, a cursed object. Leaving it behind felt wrong, like baiting a trap for the next unsuspecting hiker. Keeping it felt unthinkable, like inviting the horror to follow me home. My gaze fell on the fire pit, the cold, gray ash mocking the memory of the writer's desperate, sleepless vigils. There was only one way to handle this. It needed to be destroyed. Erased. My hands, slick with nervous sweat, fumbled with the flint and steel in my pocket. I gathered dry leaves and small twigs from the edge of the clearing, avoiding looking too deeply in the surrounding woods, my ears straining for any sound over the frantic thumping of my own heart. I ripped out a few drier, less damaged pages from the beginning of the diary, the mundane entries about weather and hiking, and crumpled them into the base of the stone pit, piling the leaves and twigs on top. Then, with a trembling hand, I laid the bulk of the sodden notebook on the pyre. Sparks flew from the flint, catching the tinder. A tiny flame flickered, grew, and greedily consumed the dry leaves, licking at the edges of the damp diary. For a moment, I worried the moisture would prevent it from catching properly. But the fire strengthened, fueled by the smaller twigs, and began to curl the edges of the notebook pages. Smoke rose, thick and acrid, carrying the smell of damp paper and something else, something vaguely unpleasant, like burnt hair or mildew. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as the flames engulfed the diary. The neat script of the early entries blackened and vanished. The frantic scrawls of the later pages read like tormented things before turning to ash. The image of the tall man with no face seemed to hover in the smoke. Was burning it a release or an insult? I didn't know, but I couldn't shake the feeling that destroying the warning might somehow be worse than heeding it. Get out. Now. The thought screamed in my mind. As the last pages turned black and began to crumble, I spun around and scrambled towards my backpack, which I dropped near the edge of the clearing when I first entered. My usual meticulous packing process evaporated. I shoved my water bottle, map, and compass haphazardly into the main compartment, not even bothering to secure the straps. My trekking poles clattered as I grabbed them. The abandoned tarp, the tin mug, I didn't touch them. They belonged to the clearing now, artifacts of a story I desperately wanted to escape. Backpack half secured, poles in hand, I cast one last, terrified glance at the fire pit, where the diary was now just a smoking, blackened lump. Then I turned and plunged back through the rhododendrons. Pushing frantically towards the direction I thought the main trail lay. The woods had transformed. What felt peaceful and majestic just hours before now seemed menacing, claustrophobic. Every tree looked like the tall, thin figure from the diary. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unnatural movement. The wind rustling the leaves overhead sounded like whispers, or perhaps like something dragging itself through the canopy, keeping pace. My breath came in ragged gasps, partly from exertion, partly from sheer panic. I didn't dare follow the faint path I'd used to find the clearing. Logic dictated it was the quickest way back, but the diary mentioned getting turned around, the woods preventing escape. I decided to strike out cross-country, relying on my compass and a desperate hope that I could cut directly back to the main, marked trail I'd left earlier. Thorns tore at my clothes and skin. Branches whipped at my face. I stumbled over roots, my ankles twisting, but adrenaline kept me moving. Every few yards, I risked a glance over my shoulder. The woods behind me were thick, shadowed, and seemingly empty. But the feeling of being watched, that palpable sense of unseen eyes following my every move, was stronger than ever. It felt like a physical pressure on my back, urging me faster, deeper into panic. Did I hear footsteps behind me, muffled by the leaf litter? Was that snapping sound just a falling branch, or something long and thin stepping carelessly? Was the flicker of movement I caught out of the corner of my eye just a bird, or a pale, featureless face peering from behind a tree trunk? I couldn't be sure. My fear painted the ordinary sounds and sights of the forest with the brushstrokes of nightmare. The diary writer's terror was mine now, a seed planted that had taken root and was rapidly growing into a suffocating vine. I ran blindly, heedless of the terrain, focused only on escape. Time lost meaning. It could have been minutes or an hour before I finally burst through a tangle of bushes and stumbled onto something blessedly familiar, the worn dirt path of the main trail. Tears of relief welled in my eyes. I'd never been so happy to see a trail marker in my life, but the relief was short-lived. Standing on the relative openness of the trail didn't make the feeling of being watched disappear. It only changed the angle. Now, the woods lining the trail felt like walls, and something could be lurking just behind the screen of trees on either side. I didn't stop. I turned onto the trail downhill, towards the trailhead, towards my car, towards civilization, and forced my exhausted legs into a clumsy jog. I didn't look back anymore. I didn't want to see if anything had followed me out of the hollow. I focused on the path ahead, on the promise of gravel, parking lots, and engine noise. It felt like an eternity, but eventually, the trees began to thin. I heard the distant sound of a car on a road. Then, finally, blessedly, I saw it, the trailhead sign. The small parking area, my beat, a Subaru looking like the most beautiful chariot imaginable. I practically threw my pack into the passenger seat, fumbled the keys into the ignition with shaking hands, and locked the doors before the engine even fully turned over. I didn't look in the rearview mirror until I was screeching out of the gravel lot and onto the paved road, putting as much distance between myself and those woods as possible. I drove until I hit the outskirts of Brevard, then pulled over, my body trembling uncontrollably. The adrenaline crash hit me hard. I rested my forehead on the steering wheel, gasping for breath. Finding that diary wasn't just finding a lost item. It was finding a warning, loud and clear, left behind by someone who didn't make it out. Burning it hadn't brought peace. It had only cemented the horror in my mind. Staying in that clearing, deciding to camp there despite the initial unease, would have been a deadly mistake. I know that with a certainty that chills me to my core. I never finished my planned hike. I drove straight home, hours away, checking my mirrors constantly, half expecting to see a tall, slender figure standing by the side of the road in the twilight. I haven't been back to Pisgah National Forest, and honestly, I don't know if I can ever truly feel comfortable hiking solo again. That deep silence of the woods I used to crave now feels loaded with potential menace. Some part of me wants to report it, to warn the park rangers. But what would I say? I found a diary describing a faceless monster, got spooked, and burned the evidence. They'd think I was crazy. And maybe I am a little. Or maybe I just brushed up against something ancient and malevolent that resides in the deep, quiet places of the world. Something that leaves behind only whispers and warnings like the one I found scrawled on a waterlogged page. So, consider this my warning, fired out into the digital void, just like that diary was left in the leaf litter. There are things in the woods near Brevard, things the maps don't show and the trail guides don't mention. Things that watch from among the trees. If you find yourself in a place that feels fundamentally wrong, a place where the silence is too heavy, and you find remnants of a hasty departure, turn around. Don't investigate. Don't read the diary if you find one. Just leave. Because some warnings aren't meant to be understood. They're meant to be obeyed before it sees you too. My name is James Riley. Most folks just call me James. I've lived in North Carolina my whole life, mostly down east where the pines grow thick and the swamps hold secrets older than any town records. Hunting isn't just a hobby out here. For a lot of us, it's woven into the fabric of who we are. It's about understanding the woods, respecting the land, and sometimes just getting away from everything for a while. My buddy, Dave Henderson, feels the same way. We've been hunting together since we were barely old enough to handle a 22, graduating from squirrels to deer as the years went by. This past fall, we decided to try a new spot. We usually stick to game lands closer to home, places we know like the back of our hands. But Dave had heard whispers, stories from older guys at the feed store, about big bucks deep in the Croton National Forest. It's a massive stretch of coastal woodland, over 160 zallows and acres of pine forests, pocassins, and saltwater estuaries. It's beautiful, wild, and according to some, a little bit strange. People talk about getting turned around easily, about weird lights seen through the trees at night, the usual kind of campfire folklore that clings to places like that. We mostly laughed it off. We're experienced woodsmen, not kids scared of the dark. We picked a long weekend in late October. The air was starting to get that crisp edge, perfect hunting weather. We loaded up Dave's beat-up Ford F-150 rifles, ammo, cooler packed with sandwiches and beer, camping gear scent blocker, the whole 9 yards. The drive down was full of the usual banter, planning our approach, arguing good-naturedly about who'd bag the bigger buck. There was a tangible excitement in the air, the thrill of exploring new territory. The Croton is different from our usual haunts. The ground feels softer, spongier in places. The mix of longleaf pines and dense, swampy undergrowth creates a unique atmosphere. It's ancient feeling heavy. As we drove deeper onto the Forest Service roads, kicking up dust and gravel, the cell signal vanished completely. That standard expected even. Part of the appeal is disconnecting. But pulling into the primitive campsite area we'd picked out on the map, a little clearing just off a dirt track miles from anywhere paved, the silence felt louder than usual. It pressed in, thick and waiting. We set up camp quickly, efficiently. Tent pitched, small fire crackling, gear organized. Dave popped open a couple of beers while I studied the topographical map under the beam of my headlamp. Looks like that creek system runs about half a mile north of here. I noted, tracing a blue line with my finger. Good place to start tomorrow morning. Deer need water, bound to be tracks. Dave nodded, taking a long pull from his bottle. Sounds like a plan. Just hope those old timers weren't pulling my leg about the monsters out here. He grinned, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Even he seemed to feel the weight of the place. That night was uneventful mostly. The usual forest sounds, owls hooting, the rustle of small critters in the leaves, the distant yip of a coyote pack. But underneath it all, there was that stillness. It made you strain your ears, listening for something that wasn't there, or maybe something you hoped wasn't there. I didn't sleep particularly well, the unfamiliar ground and the oppressive quiet keeping me restless. We were up before dawn, choking down instant coffee and granola bars in the pre-light chill. We sprayed down with scent killer, checked our rifles, my bolt action. 30 Zoo 6, Dave's semi-auto. 308 chambered rounds, and quietly slipped into the woods as the first hints of gray light filtered through the canopy. The forest floor was damp, layered with pine needles and fallen leaves, muffling our footsteps. We moved slowly, methodically, scanning the trees and the ground ahead. An hour passed. We saw signs deer scat, a few rubbed trees, but nothing fresh, nothing worth pursuing yet. The air was still, heavy with moisture. Mist clung low in the hollows, weaving between the tree trunks like ghosts. We reached the creek Dave had marked on the map around mid-morning. It wasn't much more than a wide stream, maybe 10 feet across, gurgling over smooth stones and sandbars. The banks were muddy, soft clay mixed with sand perfect for holding prints. And sure enough, right at the water's edge we saw them. Bingo, Dave whispered, pointing with his rifle barrel. Clear as day, imprinted in the mud, were deer tracks. Hoof prints from what looked like a decent-sized white tail, maybe 2 or 3 individuals based on the cluster. They led down to the water, milled around a bit, and then headed up the opposite bank and into a thicker stand of pines mixed with dense brush. Fresh. I murmured, crouching down for a closer look. The edges were still sharp, minimal water seepage. Probably from early morning or even late last night. Looks like they went that way. I nodded towards the opposite bank. We crossed the creek carefully, stepping on submerged rocks to keep our boots dry and avoid disturbing the muddy banks more than necessary. On the other side, the tracks continued, leading away from the water's edge and into the woods. We started following, moving slowly, scanning ahead, standard procedure. This is where things started to feel off. We followed the trail for maybe 50 yards. The prints were still clearly identifiable as deer. Then I stopped. One print looked slightly distorted. The mud was soft here, almost boggy, sucking at our boots. Maybe it was just the ground consistency. "Something look weird to you here, Dave?" I asked, keeping my voice low. Dave came up beside me, frowning. He knelt, peering at the track I indicated, then at the one before it, and the one after.
Yeah, Kenda.
Looked smeared, almost. It was smeared, but not like an animal slipping. It looked like the distinct two-lobe shape of the hoof was elongated, pulled forward. It was subtle, easy to dismiss. We kept going. Another 20 yards. Another print. This one was worse. The clear definition of the hoof was gone. It looked less like a hard, keratinous hoof had pressed into the mud and more like, well, it was hard to describe. Imagine pressing too thick, muddy fingers side by side into clay. Still roughly the size of a deer hoof, but the shape was losing its crispness, becoming softer, more amorphous at the leading edge. "Okay," Dave said, his voice tight. "That ain't right. Maybe it stepped on something soft. A rotten log." I offered, not believing it myself. The ground here was uniformly soft mud. We looked ahead. The next print was about 4 feet away, a normal stride for a walking deer. But the print itself, God, it barely resembled a hoof anymore. The two distinct halves seemed to have merged further, stretching forward into definite points. Not sharp exactly, but no longer blunt like a hoof. More like thick, claw-like digits packed close together. The overall impression was still hoof-sized, but the details were warping, morphing with each step the creature had taken. My heart started beating faster. The quiet of the forest suddenly felt sinister. No birds singing, no squirrels chattering, just the sound of our own breathing and the faint gurgle of the creek behind us. "James," Dave said, his hand tightening on his rifle. "What the hell are we looking at?" I didn't have an answer. I crouched down again, examining the bizarre impression. It looked like something trying to imitate a deer track, or maybe something that started as a deer and was changing as it moved. The thought sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. "Let's keep going," I said, maybe foolishly. Curiosity is a powerful, dangerous thing. Slowly. Guns ready. Dave hesitated for only a second, then nodded curtly. The initial excitement of the hunt was gone, replaced by a creeping dread and a morbid fascination. What kind of animal left tracks like these? We pushed aside the low, hanging branches and followed the impossible trail deeper into the Croton woods, the strange prints drawing us onward like a siren's call. the feeling that we were crossing some unseen boundary. Stepping into a place we shouldn't be grew with every yard. We pushed deeper into the woods, leaving the relative openness of the creek bank behind. The pines grew closer together here, their high branches knitting a dense canopy that choked the sunlight. What little light reached the forest floor came down in hazy, dust-filled shafts, painting eerie stripes across the thick layer of needles and leaf litter. The air grew stiller, heavier, pressing in on us. The silence was profound, unnatural. No birds called, no squirrels rustled. Even the insect hum seemed muted, distant. It felt like the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting. We moved at a crawl, placing each footstep deliberately to minimize noise, rifles held at the low ready. Every snap of a twig under my boot sounded like a gunshot in the quiet. Dave was right beside me, his eyes constantly scanning, his jaw set tight. The initial morbid curiosity had curdled into something colder, sharper fear. The tracks continued their disturbing metamorphosis. The impressions that had looked like smeared hooves now clearly resolved into something else entirely. In a patch of particularly damp, dark soil, we found a print that stopped us dead. The vague, hoof-like outline was gone. Instead, pressed deep into the earth, were three distinct, slender shapes, side by side, each ending in a sharp, deep gouge mark, unmistakable claws. They looked horrifyingly like long, skeletal fingers, thin, unnaturally elongated, with a suggestion of joints or knuckles pressed down hard. There was a fainter fourth mark off to the side, slightly shorter, like an opposable thumb. The overall size was still roughly comparable to a large deer hoof, maybe slightly bigger, but the shape was utterly alien. Jesus Christ. Dave breathed, his voice barely a whisper. He lowered his rifle slightly to get a better look, then quickly brought it back up. "What is that, James?" I shook my head, unable to speak for a moment. My mouth felt dry. I knelt, careful not to disturb the print. The texture within the impression wasn't smooth like displaced mud should be. It was subtly striated, patterned almost, like scaled or leathery skin had been pressed down with immense force. There was no sign of fur, no hair caught in the mud. Just the clear, terrifying imprint of those long, clawed digits. "I don't know." I finally managed, my voice raspy. "Never seen anything like it. Bear tracks are wide, 5 toes, blunt claws. Coyote or wolf, 4 toes, smaller, can pattern. Bobcat, similar, no claws usually visible. This..." I trailed off, gesturing uselessly at the print. "This isn't anything I know." The stride length was the next thing that hit us. We'd been focused on the shape of the individual prints, but as we moved forward, following the trail, a new impossibility emerged. The distance between the tracks started increasing. At first, it was subtle, 5 feet between prints, then 6. Still within the realm of a large animal bounding, perhaps. But then it stretched further, 8 feet, 10 feet. We found ourselves moving faster just to follow the walking gait of this thing. 10 feet between tracks. Each print perfectly formed, those 3 long, clawed fingers digging into the earth. We glanced at each other, wide-eyed. No deer, no bear. No creature known to these woods moves with a 10-foot stride. What kind of legs did this thing have? "It's getting faster," Dave muttered, pausing to scan the dense woods ahead. "Or it's just big, impossibly big," I added. The implications were staggering. Something tall enough or with legs long enough to cover 10 feet in a single step. And judging by the depth of the prints, it had considerable weight. The forest grew darker still. We were in a part of the Croton I didn't recognize from any map, a low, lying area thick with cypress and swamp, tupelo draped in Spanish moss that hung like funeral shrouds. The ground was softer here, sucking at our boots, and the air carried the damp, earthy smell of decay. It felt ancient, forgotten. We found another sign then. Dave spotted it first. He stopped, raised a hand, and pointed upwards with his rifle barrel. About 10 feet off the ground, a thick branch, maybe 3 inches in diameter on a mature water oak, had been snapped cleanly in 2. The break was fresh, pale wood showing, sap still glistening slightly. It wasn't torn or weathered. It was broken as if something incredibly tall and strong had simply walked through it. It lay directly over the path the tracks were taking. My blood ran cold. 10 feet. Whatever made these tracks, whatever broke that branch, was enormous, and it had passed this way recently. The stride length increased again 12 feet. Then impossibly nearly 15 feet between consecutive prints. We were practically jogging now to follow. It felt absurd, terrifying. We were chasing something monstrous. Something that defied every law of biology we understood. The clawed, finger-like tracks seemed almost mocking in their clarity, leading us deeper into this suffocatingly quiet wilderness. I started feeling watched. It's a common feeling in the woods. Your senses on high alert, but this was different. This was a prickling on the back of my neck, a certainty that unseen eyes were following our progress. I kept glancing into the dense thickets, half expecting to see movement, a pair of eyes reflecting the dim light. There was nothing, just the trees, the shadows, and the oppressive silence. Dave felt it too. He kept looking back, his movements jerky, his rifle held rigidly across his chest. "This is wrong, James," he said, his voice strained. "We need to turn back." He was right. Every instinct screamed at me to get out, to run back the way we came, back to the creek. The truck, the world that made sense. But the tracks, they pulled us onward. Where did they lead? What was this thing? The need to know, however terrifying, was almost as strong as the fear itself. "Just a little further," I said, though my conviction was paper thin. "See where it goes." The ground began to slope gently upwards. The swampy terrain gave way to firmer soil, and the trees thinned slightly. Ahead, through the trunks, we could see a lighter area, suggesting a clearing or a change in topography. Patches of gray, lichen-covered rock started appearing between the trees, like the bones of the earth showing through. The tracks led directly towards this change in terrain. They remained unnervingly clear on the damp earth, between the emerging stones. 15-foot strides, each marked by those three ghastly, clawed fingers. We slowed our pace again, approaching the edge of the trees cautiously. The woods opened onto a large, undulating expanse of bare rock. Not boulders, but a wide, flat sheet of ancient-looking stone, weathered smooth in places, cracked and uneven in others. Stretched maybe 50 yards across before the trees began again on the other side. And right at the edge of the soil, where the forest floor met the stone, was the last print. It was the clearest one yet. Pressed deep into a final patch of damp earth, perfectly preserved. 3 long, impossibly thin fingers, jointed like a human hand, but nightmarishly elongated, ending in deep, sharp claw marks that had gouged the soil. The faint impression of the shorter thumb was there too. It looked like the skeletal hand of some giant, mythical creature had been slammed down hard onto the ground. And then nothing. The track stopped dead. We scanned the vast expanse of bare rock ahead. Not a single mark. Not a scrape. Not a displaced pebble. Not a flake of lichen disturbed. The trail simply ceased to exist. It walked out of the soft earth and onto the hard stone and vanished into thin air. We stood there, frozen at the edge of the woods, staring at the empty rock. The silence, which had felt heavy before, now felt absolute and suffocating. The 15-foot stride led directly to this spot, and then the creature that made it was gone. Gone where? How? The feeling of being watched intensified tenfold. We were exposed here at the edge of the trees, standing beside the final sign of something inexplicable and terrifying. The empty rock seemed vast, naked, offering no answers, only amplifying our vulnerability. Whatever it was, it could be anywhere. It could be right behind us. Dave let out a shaky breath. "Okay," he whispered, his voice cracking. "Okay, we're leaving. Now." We stood there at the edge of the woods, staring at the spot where the impossible tracks simply ceased to be. The silence pressed down thick and suffocating. The vast, empty expanse of rock offered no clues, only a chilling testament to the unnatural event that had occurred. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Every instinct, honed by years in the woods, was screaming danger. We weren't hunters anymore. Out here, faced with something so utterly inexplicable, we were prey. Back. Dave breathed, his voice tight with tension. Slowly. Back the way we came. Watch our 6. He didn't have to tell me twice. We began backing away from the rock, moving crabwise, rifles still pointing towards the empty space and the tree line beyond it. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every tree trunk looked like a potential hiding place for whatever it was. Had it simply vanished? Or had it stepped onto the rock and then flown, climbed impossibly fast into the canopy? Or was it still there, just beyond our perception, watching us with unknowable intent? The possibilities were all terrifying. Once we were back under the relative cover of the trees, we turned and began retracing our steps, though retracing implies a level of calm confidence we absolutely did not possess. It was a forced march fueled by adrenaline and fear. We moved much faster than we had on the way in, crashing through underbrush we'd carefully avoided earlier, not caring about the noise now. The priority had shifted entirely from stealth to escape. Every few yards, one of us would stop abruptly, holding up a hand, listening intently. "Did you hear that?" Dave whispered once, his eyes wide, fixed on a dense thicket to our right. I strained my ears, hearing only the frantic pounding of my own blood. Hear what? Like something heavy, moving through the brush, keeping pace with us. I listened again. Nothing. Just the wind sighing high up in the pines, a sound that hadn't registered before but now seemed mournful, menacing. Was it just paranoia playing tricks on us? Or was Dave right? Was the creature shadowing us, invisible among the trees? We didn't wait to find out. We pushed on faster. The woods felt different on the way back. Hostile. The familiar shapes of trees seemed twisted, alien. The Spanish moss hanging from the cypress knees looked like grasping claws. The oppressive silence seemed to have been replaced by 1,000 tiny, unnerving sounds, creaks, rustles, snaps that could have been anything, could have been nothing, but now all sounded like threats. We navigated mostly by instinct and the occasional glance at my compass. The trail we'd followed in, marked by those horrifying tracks, was a guidepost we were desperate to leave behind. At one point, the terrain looked unfamiliar. A disorienting few minutes of panic set in. Had we gotten turned around? Were we heading deeper into its territory instead of out? My stomach clenched, cold sweat breaking out on my forehead despite the cool air. But then I spotted a distinctive split, trunk pine I remembered seeing near the swampy patch, and relief washed over me, so potent it almost made my knees buckle. We corrected our course, the fear sharpening our senses again. The journey back felt agonizingly long, far longer than the trek in. Time seemed to warp, stretching and contracting with our fear. Finally, through the trees, we heard the faint, blessed gurgle of the creek. We practically ran the last 100 yards, bursting out onto the muddy bank where this whole nightmare had begun hours earlier. The normal, muddy deer tracks we'd first seen were still there, looking ridiculously mundane now, like relics from a different reality. We splashed across the creek without bothering to find the stepping stones, the cold water soaking our boots and chilling our feet. But the discomfort was welcome, grounding. Back on the side where we'd started, we paused, breathing heavily, rifles still scanning the woods we just emerged from. Nothing moved. The forest across the creek looked dense, dark, and secretive. We didn't linger. The path back to the campsite seemed clearer now, driven by the desperate urge to reach the truck, our metal box, our flimsy shield against the vast, wild unknown we'd brushed up against. We half walked, half jogged, casting constant glances over our shoulders. The feeling of being watched hadn't entirely dissipated, lingering like a bad taste in the back of my throat. Reaching the small clearing where we'd left the tent, and the truck felt like breaching the surface after being held underwater for too long. We didn't even bother breaking down the tent properly. We just ripped out the stakes, collapsed it, and shoved it into the truck bed along with our packs. Every second spent there felt like borrowed time. We threw the rifles onto the passenger seat, slammed the doors, locked them. Dave fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking slightly as he jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turning over, roaring to life in the clearing, was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. He didn't need to be told where to go. He slammed the truck into reverse, spun around, and gunned it down the dirt track, sending gravel flying. We didn't speak for the first 10 miles, just listened to the reassuring rumble of the engine and the crunch of tires on the service road. Only when we hit the blessed asphalt of a paved county road did Dave seem to relax fractionally, easing slightly off the accelerator. What the hell was that, James?" he asked finally, his voice still shaky. I stared out the window at the passing trees, suddenly looking normal again in the afternoon light filtering through the windshield. "I don't know, Dave. I honestly don't know. We tried to rationalize it on the long drive home. A deformed bear. Some kind of escaped exotic animal. A prankster using elaborate tools to make tracks. None of it fit. Not the seamless transformation from deer, like to clawed fingers. Not the impossible stride length. Not the snap branch 10 feet up. And certainly not the vanishing act on bare rock. The logical part of my brain kept screaming that there had to be an explanation. Animals don't just morph. Tracks don't just stop existing. But the part of me that had stood at the edge of that rock, feeling the ancient coldness of the forest and the weight of unseen eyes, knew better. We had stumbled into something that didn't play by the rules of the world we thought we knew. Something ancient, unnatural, and powerful. It's been 6 months since that trip. Neither Dave nor I have hunted since. The rifles sit cleaned and locked in their cases. We talk occasionally, but we rarely mention that weekend in the Croton. There's no need. We both know what we saw, what we felt. We know how lucky we were. Following those tracks, it felt like pulling back a curtain we weren't supposed to touch. Peering into a place that wasn't meant for human eyes, it felt like tempting fate, like sticking your hand into a dark hole just to see what might bite it. We were stupid, arrogant, and incredibly fortunate to walk away with nothing more than shredded nerves and a story I still hesitate to tell. I'm writing this down now, mostly for myself, trying to make sense of it, but maybe as a warning too. The world is full of old, wild places. Places like the Croton National Forest. Beautiful, yes, but listen to the silence sometimes. Pay attention to the things that feel wrong. Don't dismiss the local legends out of hand. And if you ever find tracks that don't make sense, that seem to defy nature itself, turn around. Go back the way you came.
Don't follow them.
Don't tempt fate. Because whatever left those tracks near that creek bed, whatever vanished on that rock, wasn't natural. And I have the chilling suspicion that we were very, very lucky it decided to let us go. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I hear scratching sounds outside. Probably just the wind in the trees. Probably. My name is Harper, and I need to write this down. Not just for myself, to try and make sense of it, but as a warning. Maybe someone else has felt it, that chilling vacancy, the terrifying wrongness of time just slipping away. If you have, maybe this will resonate. If you haven't, maybe this will make you think twice before you dismiss that campfire story or laugh off that patch of woods that feels a little too quiet. It was supposed to be the trip. The one we'd been planning for months, a much-needed escape from deadlines, demanding bosses, and the endless city grind. Just us girls, me, Chloe, Maya, and Olivia. We'd been best friends since college, practically sisters, navigating post-grad life together. This camping trip to Lake James in North Carolina was our collective deep breath, a chance to trade concrete jungles for pine forests and fluorescent office lights for starlight. Lake James. Even the name sounded idyllic, peaceful. We'd pored over brochures and websites showing sparkling blue water fringed by lush green mountains. Picturesque hiking trails, secluded campsites. It promised serenity. We booked a spot that was supposedly a bit more off the beaten path, wanting privacy and a real sense of being away from it all. Looking back, maybe away from it all was exactly what we got, just not in the way we'd hoped. The drive up was filled with the usual chaos, terrible singing to throwback playlists, gas station snacks that probably shortened our lifespans, and endless excited chatter. Maya, ever the planner, had laminated itineraries which we all promptly ignored. Chloe, the designated driver, navigated the winding mountain roads with surprising skill, while Olivia documented everything on her phone, narrating our journey for an Instagram story no one but us would probably watch. I was mostly just soaking it in, thrilled to see the urban sprawl finally give way to rolling hills and then dense forest. Pulling into the campsite felt like stepping into one of those glossy brochure photos. Sunlight dappled through the tall pines. The air smelled clean and earthy, and somewhere nearby, we could hear the gentle lapping of lake water. The site itself was perfect, a flat clearing, a sturdy-looking picnic table, a stone fire pit, and enough space between us and the next visible site to feel truly alone. Setting up the tents was accompanied by the usual mix of teamwork and minor squabbles. Maya directed operations, Chloe wrestled with stubborn poles, Olivia provided unhelpful commentary while taking artsy photos of leaves, and I somehow ended up untangling approximately 50 miles of guy lines. But even the small frustrations felt good, part of the authentic camping experience. By late afternoon, our little canvas village was established, sleeping bags unrolled, camp chairs circled optimistically around the fire pit. We spent the rest of the afternoon exploring a nearby trail that led down to the lake shore. The water was colder than we expected, but clear and inviting. We skipped stones, dared each other to wade in past our ankles, and just sat on the smooth rocks, watching the sun begin its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery oranges and pinks. There was a profound sense of peace, a feeling that we'd successfully left all our worries miles behind us. Maybe that's why what happened later felt like such a violation. It shattered that perfect tranquility so completely. As dusk settled, painting the woods in shades of deep blue and purple, we headed back to camp, our arms loaded with firewood we'd gathered, mostly dry stuff. Maya insisted. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine needles. Building the fire became the evening's main event. We weren't exactly expert survivalists, but between Chloe's surprisingly effective technique with the lighter fluid, don't judge in Maya's patient arrangement of kindling and logs, we soon had a cheerful blaze crackling merrily in the pit. Dinner was simple hot dogs roasted on sticks until slightly, or in Olivia's case, extremely charred, followed by s'mores, the undisputed camping dessert champion. The sticky marshmallow, the melting chocolate, the slightly too crumbly graham cracker, pure bliss. We sat back in our chairs, bellies full, faces warmed by the fire, the first stars beginning to prick the darkening sky above the canopy. This was it. This was the moment we'd been craving. The easy conversation, the comfortable silences, the shared jokes and stories under the vast, indifferent sky. Maya recounted a disastrous date she'd recently endured, making us howl with laughter. Olivia shared gossip from her office, complete with dramatic reenactments. Chloe talked about her plans to finally adopt a dog, showing us pictures of potential candidates on her phone. The screen's glow momentarily competing with the firelight. The woods around us were alive with the usual nighttime symphony, the chirping of crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen small creatures in the undergrowth. Normal sounds. Comforting even. The firelight cast dancing shadows on the surrounding trees, making familiar shapes seem momentarily strange, but nothing felt genuinely threatening. It was just the ambience, the magic of being outdoors at night. I remember feeling incredibly content, happy, surrounded by my best friends, disconnected from the noise of everyday life, enveloped by the warmth of the fire and the cool night air. We were laughing, relaxed, maybe a little giddy from the sugar rush and the freedom. Then it was my turn to entertain. I remembered a ridiculously silly joke my dad used to tell, one of those long, rambling, shaggy dog stories that ends with an absolutely groan-worthy pun. It seemed fitting for the goofy, relaxed mood. Okay, guys, settle down, I've got one, I announced, leaning forward conspiratorially, playing it up. It's an old one, but bear with me. Chloe groaned theatrically. Harper, if it's that one about the penguin again. It's not the penguin, I laughed, swatting playfully in her direction. This one's different. So there's this guy, right? And he walks into a library. I launched into the setup, embellishing details, watching their fire-lit faces. Maya was smiling patiently. Olivia was fiddling with a marshmallow stick, already anticipating the punchline, and Chloe was leaning back, eyes half closed, just enjoying the moment. The fire crackled, a log shifted, sending a shower of bright orange sparks into the air. The crickets chirped their incessant rhythm. Everything felt perfectly, utterly normal. I remember getting to the part about the librarian adjusting her glasses, peering over the counter. And that's the last clear thing I remember. The image of my friends' faces, bathed in the flickering orange glow, waiting for the punchline. The smell of wood smoke. The sound of my own voice telling a stupid joke. The next thing I knew wasn't really a knowing. It was more like surfacing from incredibly deep water, gasping for air you didn't realize you needed. It wasn't like waking up. Waking up implies sleep, dreams, a gradual return to consciousness. This was different. It was like a switch being flipped back on. One moment, I was telling my stupid joke, the firelight warm, on my face the sound of crickets a familiar backdrop. The next, a disorienting lurch, a sense of time violently misplaced, and a bone, deep chill that had nothing to do with the night air. My eyes snapped open, though I hadn't realized they were closed. My head felt thick, heavy, like it was stuffed with cotton wool. My mouth was sandpaper dry, and a dull ache throbbed behind my temples. The first thing I registered was the silence. The chirping crickets from moments hours ago were gone. The night sounds had muted into an oppressive stillness, broken only by the faint, almost mournful sigh of the wind high in the pines. The second thing was the fire, or rather the lack of it. Where cheerful flames had danced, now only a sad pile of gray ash remained, punctuated by a few dimly glowing embers pulsing weakly like a dying heart. They cast just enough faint, reddish light to show me the scene, but it was a stark, unsettling contrast to the bright blaze we'd been gathered around. The warmth was gone, replaced by a damp cold that seeped into my bones. I blinked, trying to clear my head. Had I dozed off? That didn't feel right. I wasn't tired just moments ago. I glanced around. Chloe was slumped in her chair opposite me, head lolling back at an awkward angle, her mouth slightly open. Maya was hunched forward, elbows on her knees, staring blankly into the dying embers. Olivia was curled up tight in her seat, her arms wrapped around herself, her face pale even in the dim glow. None of them looked asleep. They looked suspended. Empty. A wave of nausea washed over me. Guys, my voice sounded wrong, croaky, distant. Chloe startled violently, jerking upright. Her eyes were wide, unfocused for a second before locking onto mine. Harper. What happened? Maya lifted her head slowly, her movement sluggish. Happened?
What do you mean?
She rubbed her temples. God, my head is pounding. Did we fall asleep? Olivia stirred, shivering. I don't think so. I feel weird. Really weird, like floaty. Yeah, I agreed, my own sense of unease spiking into something closer to fear. Me too. What time is it? I fumbled for my phone, which was on the small camp table beside my chair. The screen flared to life, painfully bright in the gloom. 3:17 a.m. My breath hitched. 3:17? I looked at the others. My expression must have mirrored their own dawning horror. No, Chloe whispered, pulling out her own phone. No way. What time was it when you started that joke, Harper? I tried to think back. We'd finished s'mores, chatted for a while, maybe 1030, 1100 at the latest. Olivia checked hers. Mine says 3:18 a.m. That can't be right. That's ours. What happened for ours? We stared at each other across the dying embers, the impossible truth settling heavily between us. Ours had vanished. Not slipped away unnoticed while we dozed, but gone. Erased. A solid block of time plucked from our lives, leaving behind only this disturbing blankness and a profound sense of violation. I don't remember anything. Maya said, her voice trembling slightly. She was usually the calm, logical one, but I could see the fear creeping into her eyes. After Harper started her joke, nothing. Just this. Waking up now. Neither. Chloe added, hugging herself. It's like a tape just got cut. 1 second. Harper's talking about a librarian. The next, it's cold, the fire's out, and I feel like I've been drugged. drugged. Olivia breathed, looking around wildly into the oppressive darkness beyond the feeble glow of the embers. Was someone here? That thought sent a fresh spear of ice through me. We were miles from anywhere, supposedly alone. The idea of someone creeping into our camp, doing something to us while we were unconscious, was terrifying, but it didn't feel right. This sense of wrongness felt deeper, stranger than human malice. The grogginess, the shared amnesia, the sheer chunk of missing time, it felt alien, unnatural. My last memory is Harper saying walks into a library. Maya confirmed, her brow furrowed in concentration. Nothing after that. No sound, no sight, no feeling, just gone. Same, Chloe and I cruised. Olivia nodded mutely, chewing on her lip. We sat there in silence for another moment, the weight of those missing hours pressing down on us. The woods, which had felt so peaceful earlier, now seemed menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig in the distance sounded like a potential threat. The deep shadows between the trees felt like they were watching us, hiding something monstrous. The air itself felt thick with unspoken questions and a nameless dread. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't just groggy, but somehow altered. Like putting on a familiar coat and finding the lining changed, subtly wrong in a way you can't quite define. Did we move? Did we talk? Did we do anything during those lost hours? The total absence of memory was terrifying. It wasn't just that we didn't remember. It felt like the time itself hadn't existed for us, yet the clock proved it had passed. The fire had burned down, the earth had turned, but we had simply ceased. Okay, Maya said, pushing herself up, her voice regaining a sliver of its usual authority, though it was brittle around the edges. Okay, we need to leave, now. There was no argument. The sudden, unanimous urge to flee was overwhelming. Staying here felt wrong, dangerous. Whatever had happened, whatever had stolen those hours, felt like it might still be lingering, watching from the impenetrable darkness. The campsite, once a haven, now felt like a trap we'd barely escaped. Packing was a frantic, disorganized mess. We fumbled with tent poles in the near darkness, our movements jerky and uncoordinated. We threw sleeping bags haphazardly into stuffed sacks, not bothering to roll them properly. Cooking gear was shoved into boxes. Chairs collapsed with clattering haste. We kept casting fearful glances over our shoulders, jumping at every small sound. Chloe fumbled with the car keys, her hands shaking. Did anyone hear anything? See anything? We all shook our heads. The blankness was absolute. It doesn't make sense. Olivia whispered, shoving her backpack into the trunk. How can 4 hours just disappear for all of us? I don't know, I said, my voice tight. But I don't want to stick around to find out what happens next. The feeling intensified as we worked the feeling that this wasn't just a weird, inexplicable event. It felt like a warning. Like we had stumbled too close to something we weren't supposed to know, peered into an abyss that shouldn't be peered into, and something had edited our experience. Snipped out the offending frames. The grogginess, the unsettling feeling, maybe that was the residue of whatever process had wiped our memory banks clean. What happened in those silent hours, where we experimented on, observed, transported somewhere? Or did something ancient and indifferent, native to those woods or that lake, simply pause us? The possibilities churned in my stomach, each one more terrifying than the last. We worked mostly in silence. The only sounds are hurried movements, harsh breathing, and the relentless thumping of my own heart against my ribs. The feeble embers in the fire pit finally died completely, plunging the campsite into almost total darkness, save for the weak beams of our phone flashlights darting nervously around. Finally, clumsily, everything was shoved into Chloe's SUV. We didn't even do a final sweep of the site. We just wanted out. We piled into the car, locking the doors immediately, the click echoing unnaturally loud in the tense silence. Chloe jammed the key in the ignition, her knuckles white. The engine turning over felt like the loudest sound in the world, a defiant roar against the oppressive stillness of the woods around Lake James. As the headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the dusty track leading away from our cursed campsite, None of us looked back. We couldn't. We were too afraid of what we might see looking back at us from the shadows we were leaving behind. The lost time felt like a scar, suddenly etched onto our collective memory by its very absence. The drive away from Lake James was the longest, quietest car ride of my life. Chloe drove with fierce concentration, her eyes darting between the winding dirt road, illuminated by the headlights in the rearview mirror. Maya sat rigid in the passenger seat, scanning the dark woods whipping past the windows. Olivia and I were huddled in the back, knees drawn up, occasionally making eye contact in the dim dashboard light, finding no comfort, only shared fear reflected back. Silence reigned, thick and suffocating. What was there to say? We just experienced, well, nothing. And that nothingness was more terrifying than any tangible threat. Occasionally, someone would break the quiet with a shaky question. Did you see that? Sonoba. Do you hear something? Sonoba. Are we going the right way?
Yes, away.
That was the only direction that mattered. Every flicker of movement in the periphery, every distant sound that penetrated the car's interior, made us jump. The familiar shapes of trees in the headlights seemed distorted, menacing. The darkness outside the car felt absolute, pressing in on us, as if the woods themselves were reluctant to let us go. I kept expecting to see something emerge from the trees' strange lights, shadowy figures, anything, but there was only the relentless, indifferent forest. Part of me wondered if that was worse. The sheer normalcy of the surroundings felt like a mockery after the profound wrongness we'd experienced. As the first hints of gray began to dilute the blackness of the night sky, signaling the approach of dawn, a sliver of rationality tried to assert itself, maybe. Maya began, her voice low and uncertain. Maybe it was something environmental, like carbon monoxide from the fire. Could it cause hallucinations? Amnesia? Chloe shook her head, not taking her eyes off the road. 4 hours, Maya, for all four of us, exactly the same memory cutoff point. And why weren't we sick? Just wiped. Food poisoning, Olivia offered weakly. Those hot dogs. We didn't all eat the same amount. I countered. And it wasn't like being sick. It was like being paused. Like someone hit the off switch, then turned us back on hours later. The inadequate explanations hung in the air, then dissipated like smoke. We knew instinctively that what had happened wasn't mundane. It wasn't faulty camp gear or bad food. It was something else. Something invasive and inexplicable. We finally hit a paved road, then a main highway, just as the sun crested the horizon. The normalcy of other cars' billboards, the distant sight of a town, should have been reassuring. Instead, it felt jarring, like we were intruders from another reality, carrying a secret that didn't belong in this ordinary world. We pulled into the first 24-hour diner we saw, the fluorescent lights inside buzzing aggressively after the darkness. We must have looked like ghosts. Disheveled, pale, eyes wide with exhaustion and fear. We ordered coffee we barely touched in breakfast. We couldn't stomach, huddled together in a booth, speaking in low tones. Maya, ever the pragmatist even in terror, pulled out her phone. Lake James, she muttered, typing into the search bar. Strange occurrences, disappearances, UFOs. We leaned in, watching anxiously as she scrolled. There were articles about the beauty of the park, fishing reports, trail maps. There were mentions of drownings over the years, tragic but explainable accidents. There were a couple of vague forum posts mentioning weird feelings in certain areas or hikers getting lost temporarily, but nothing concrete, nothing about mass amnesia, hours vanishing into thin air around a campfire. No local legends about time, slips, or entities that steal memories. Nothing. The lack of information was all more disturbing than finding something. It meant we were alone in this. Whatever had happened to us wasn't a known phenomenon, wasn't something others had documented or warned against. It was just us, and the blank space in our night. The grogginess eventually faded, replaced by a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. But the unease lingered, a cold knot in my stomach. We drove the rest of the way home in near silence, the shared trauma creating a strange chasm between us. How could we talk about normal things, work, relationships, future plans, when this impossible event lay squatting in our recent memory. In the weeks that followed, we tried. We texted, we called, we even met up once for coffee. But the conversation inevitably circled back to that night. The same questions, the same lack of answers, the same shared fear. We'd look at each other, searching for some sign that it hadn't really happened, that we'd imagined it. But we all knew. We all felt the scar left by those missing hours. Sleep offered little respite. Nightmares became frequent visitors for all of us. Not necessarily replays of the event. How can you dream about nothing? But dreams filled with suffocating darkness, the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes, the sensation of time stuttering and skipping like a scratched record. Olivia developed an aversion to camping, even backyards. Chloe became jumpy, checking her locks multiple times. Maya threw herself into work, seeking refuge in logic and spreadsheets. And me, I became obsessed with the concept of time itself, feeling its passage with an acute, almost painful awareness. Terrified of any moment that felt unaccounted for. We don't talk about it much anymore. Not really. It's an unspoken understanding. Bringing it up feels like poking at a wound that refuses to heal. It's too strange, too terrifying. And honestly, who would believe us? We sound crazy even to ourselves. We finished the trip report, filed it away mentally under unsolved mysteries, and tried to move on. But I can't entirely move on. That's why I'm writing this. Because the feeling that plagued us as we fled the campsite never truly left the feeling that it was a warning. That we stumbled upon something, some place or condition, where the rules of reality are thin, and we were lucky to only lose time. Lucky that the blank space wasn't filled with something far worse. Lucky that whatever caused it let us leave. Like James, it still sounds idyllic, peaceful. But for us, the name is now synonymous with a chilling vacancy, a terrifying reminder of how fragile our perception of time and reality might be. What resides in those woods, or by that water, or perhaps just in certain unlucky pockets of the world. What happens when you stumble into a place where time doesn't flow consistently, or where something else interacts with it. We left immediately, spooked beyond belief. And every day since, I feel that same sense of urgency, that feeling that we averted a near deadly mistake. But the fear remains, was it confined to that spot, that night, or did we disturb something? Did a sliver of that wrongness, that temporal void, follow us home? Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the house is silent, I feel a flicker of that same groggy disorientation, that sense of misplaced moments. Is it just trauma, my mind playing tricks? Or is it an echo of the blank? A reminder that we might not be as far from the edge as we think. I don't have answers. All I have is our story and this warning. Be careful where you camp. Be careful when the woods get too quiet. And if you ever find yourself laughing around a fire, only to realize hours have passed in the blink of an eye, run. Don't try to understand it. Just run. Because you might not get a second chance to escape the blank. My name's Benjamin Carter, but everyone just calls me Ben. Most folks who know me for one thing, the outdoors. Ever since my dad first took me camping in the Blue Ridge Mountains, when I was maybe 6 or 7, I've been hooked. It's more than a hobby, it's ingrained in me. Eagle Scout years working part, time at an outdoor gear, shop countless weekends spent under canvas, or just a tarp, you get the picture. I'm not bragging, just trying to establish that I'm not some city slicker who gets spooked by an owl hooting or a branch snapping. I know the woods. I respect the woods. And usually, I feel more at home with pine needles under my boots than carpet under my feet. Which is why what happened last fall in the Joyce Kilmer Memorial Forest still crawls under my skin and makes the hairs on my arms stand up. Even now, sitting safe in my apartment miles away from any wilderness, it was supposed to be the perfect trip. Me, my buddy Mark, who's almost as seasoned as I am, we basically learned our knots together back in Scouts. And his girlfriend, Sarah. Sarah's cool, game for adventure, though she hasn't spent quite as much time roughing it as Mark and I have. Still, she was excited. We all were. Joyce Kilmer, it's legendary among East Coast nature lovers. One of the last remaining tracts of virgin old growth forest in the Appalachians. Trees hundreds of years old, giants that were saplings long before the United States was even a country. It's the kind of place that feels sacred, untouched. We'd been talking about this trip for months. We planned it for early October. The leaves would be turning, the air crisp, the summer crowds gone. We checked the forecast religiously in the week leading up to it. Nothing but clear skies and mild temperatures predicted. Absolutely perfect camping weather. We got our permits, packed meticulously. I'm a stickler for preparedness, first aid, navigation tools, extra food, reliable gear, and drove down to western North Carolina, buzzing with anticipation. The drive itself was gorgeous, winding roads cutting through mountains already blushing with autumn color. We parked at the trailhead, hoisted our packs, heavier than usual because we planned on staying 3 nights and wanted a comfortable base camp, and started the hike in. The moment you step onto the Joyce Kilmer Loop Trail, you feel it. The air changes. It gets quieter, deeper. The sunlight filters down through a canopy so high and dense it feels like the roof of a natural cathedral. And the trees, man, the trees. Tulip poplars, hemlocks, oaks thicker around them, my car, soaring up and up until you crane your neck trying to see the tops. They command respect. You walk quieter, talk softer. There's a weight to the air, the weight of centuries. It wasn't ominous, not then. It was awe-inspiring, humbling. We hiked for a couple of hours, following the trail, looking for a good spot to set up camp off the main path, following leave no trace principles, of course. We wanted something relatively flat, with access to a water source we could filter from, and preferably a bit sheltered but with an opening to the sky. We found what seemed like the ideal spot. A small, natural clearing maybe 50 yards off the trail, nestled between some particularly colossal poplars. A little stream gurgled nearby, crystal clear. The ground was mostly level, carpeted in soft moss and fallen leaves. It felt right, peaceful, secluded. "This is it," Mark declared, dropping his pack with a satisfied grunt. 5-star wilderness accommodation. Sarah smiled, looking around with wide eyes. "It's incredible, Ben. These trees, they feel ancient." "They are," I said, shrugging off my own pack. "Some of them were probably here when Columbus was still figuring out which way was west." We got to work. Experienced campers fall into familiar rhythms. Tent poles clicked together, nylon rustled as the shelters took shape. Mark and I got our two-person tents up quickly, staking them down securely. Sarah started organizing the food supplies, hanging the bear bag rope over a sturdy branch well away from our sleeping area. I went down to the stream with our water filter and filled up our bottles in a larger dromedary bag. The air was still, the sky above the clearing a perfect, unbroken cerulean blue. The sun, starting its slow descent towards the western ridges, cast long, dappled shadows through the massive trunks. It was warm, probably low 70s, comfortable enough for t-shirts while we worked. No wind to speak of, just the gentle murmur of the stream and the occasional chirp of a bird high in the canopy. It was idyllic. Textbook perfect conditions. We finished setting up camp. Tents were up, sleeping bags unrolled inside, cooking gear laid out near a designated spot where we planned to have a small, responsible fire later, using only dead and downed wood naturally. We sat down on a fallen log, sipping freshly filtered water, admiring our temporary home. "Seriously couldn't ask for a better day," Mark said, leaning back on his elbows. "Or a better spot," Sarah added. "It feels so remote, like we're the only people for miles." We probably were, or close to it. That's part of the appeal. That deep silence, the feeling of being swallowed by true wilderness. I took a deep breath, smelling the rich, loamy scent of the forest floor, the faint tang of decaying leaves, the clean air. Everything felt normal. Better than normal, actually. Perfect. I remember glancing up at the sky again through the gap in the canopy directly above our little clearing, still flawless blue. Not a wisp of cloud anywhere. The sun felt warm on my face. And then it happened. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't like watching clouds roll in from the horizon. It was instantaneous. Right above us, and only above us, in that perfect circle of blue framed by the treetops, the sky turned dark. Not gray like normal clouds, but a bruised, angry, deep charcoal color. It was like someone had flipped a switch or dumped a bucket of ink into that perfect blue canvas. It didn't spread, it was just there, a ceiling of sudden night localized to the exact perimeter of our campsite. Mark sat bolt upright. What the hell? Sarah gasped, grabbing his arm. Where did that come from? Before I could even process the impossible sight above us, the second wave hit, wind. But not like any wind I've ever felt. It didn't come from anywhere, it just erupted in our clearing. And it was freezing. Bone, chillingly cold, like a walk-in freezer door had been thrown open. 1 second we were basking in pleasant autumn warmth. The next goosebumps were exploding across my skin, and my teeth were starting to chatter. This wind wasn't just blowing, it was whipping. It tore through our little clearing with furious, focused energy. Our tense moments before sitting placidly were suddenly slammed sideways, straining against their guy lines like they were in a hurricane. Loose leaves and forest debris that had been still on the ground were instantly airborne, swirling in a frantic vortex confined entirely to our campsite. Outside the ring of giant trees surrounding us, everything looked calm. Sunlight still slanted through the forest beyond our clearing, but inside, it was chaos. Pure, localized, unnatural chaos. My pack leaning against the log was violently shoved over. Our cooking pots clattered across the ground. The temperature plummeted. It must have dropped 30 degrees in seconds. It felt arctic, and the feeling that came with it, it wasn't just weather. It felt personal, malign, like something immense and unseen was screaming at us. Then came the sound. Okay, here is part 2 of the story. Part 20, the roar and the retreat, the sound that ripped through the air wasn't thunder. Not really. Calling it thunder is like calling a chainsaw a butter knife. It had the depth, the chest, rattling power of thunder, yes, but it was wrong. It was a deep, guttural, grinding roar that seemed to come from the sky, the ground, and the ancient trees all at once. It vibrated up through the soles of my boots, a physical presence that hammered against my ribs. And crucially, terrifyingly, there was no lightning. Not a flicker. Just that impossible, localized vortex of freezing wind, that patch of bruised, angry sky directly above us, and now this all-encompassing, terrifying sound. It wasn't a single clap, it was sustained, a low, frequency bellow that spoke of immense power and fury. It drowned out the already deafening shriek of the wind, tearing at our tents. Sarah screamed, a raw, panicked sound that was almost swallowed by the roar. Mark had instinctively dropped into a crouch, hands clamped over his ears, his face pale and etched with disbelief. My own mind was scrambling, desperately trying to latch onto any rational explanation. Microburst, freak atmospheric condition, ball lightning even without the light. Nothing fit. Nothing explained the perfect localization, the instantaneous onset, the freezing temperature drop, or this sound that felt less like weather and more like something waking up. Something enormous and fundamentally pissed off. The wind intensified, if that was even possible. It felt like solid pressure against my body, trying to push me off my feet. I saw one of Mark's tent stakes rip free from the mossy ground, the corner of the fly sheet whipping violently, threatening to tear the whole structure apart. Loose gear we hadn't secured, a Nalgene bottle, a stuffed sack were picked up and flung against the massive trunk of a nearby poplar with alarming force. The cold was biting now, seeping through my tee, shirt, and fleece vest like they were tissue paper. My breath plumed in front of my face in thick white clouds, a stark contrast to the comfortable warmth of mere minutes ago. Above, the dark patch of sky seemed to read. It wasn't cloud, it was darker, more solid, like a hole had been punched through the world into somewhere cold and lightless. And the sound kept coming, that impossible roar, grinding and deep, shaking the very air we breathed. Ben, what is this? Mark yelled, his voice thin against the onslaught. He'd lowered his hands, his eyes wide with a fear I recognized because it mirrored my own. This wasn't just startling, it was fundamentally wrong. It felt targeted, personal. I shook my head, unable to form words. My brain, usually cataloging weather patterns and assessing risks, was hitting a brick wall. All my experience, all my knowledge of the outdoors, meant nothing in the face of this. This wasn't in any survival manual. It felt like a territorial display. That thought hit me with the force of the wind itself. Like a grizzly bear roaring and charging to scare you out of its space, but on a scale that defied comprehension. Like the forest itself, or something in the forest, was flexing its power, drawing a line, and telling us, in no uncertain terms, get out. Sarah was sobbing now, huddled behind Mark, her face buried in his back. I couldn't blame her. I felt a primal fear churning in my gut, an instinct older than thought screaming at me to run. The whole event couldn't have lasted more than 10 minutes, maybe less. It felt like an eternity, trapped in that localized tempest, battered by unnatural forces, and then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The wind vanished. Not died down, vanished. 1 second it was a physical force trying to tear us apart, the next nothing. Stillness. The grinding roar cut off mid, bellow, leaving a silence so profound it rang in my ears. And overhead, the bruised, impossible darkness snapped back to brilliant, cloudless blue. Just like that. Sunlight streamed back into the clearing, warm again, glinting off the frost that had instantly formed on the metal tent poles and our cooking gear during the bizarre cold snap. The only sounds were Sarah's ragged gasps for breath, the frantic pounding of my own heart, and the gentle, indifferent murmur of the little stream nearby. Outside our clearing, the rest of the forest seemed utterly undisturbed, leaves rustling gently in a normal, light breeze, birdsong tentatively starting up again in the distance. We just stood there for a second, frozen in shock. The contrast was dizzying, nauseating. We looked at the clearing. Mark's tent had a bent pole, leaning drunkenly. Leaves and twigs were plastered against the damp nylon of both tents. Our neatly arranged cooking area was a mess. My pack lay on its side where the wind had thrown it. The air in the clearing still felt noticeably colder than the surrounding woods, a lingering pocket of unnatural chill. Mark slowly straightened up, looking around, then up at the now perfect sky, then back at me. His face was ashen. "Ben," he started, his voice hoarse. "I know," I said, my own voice shaky. I didn't know what it was, not really. But I knew what it meant. I knew that feeling, that crushing sense of targeted anger. It wasn't weather. Sarah lifted her head, wiping her eyes, her body trembling. It felt like it hated us. She was right. That was exactly it. Not random, chaotic energy, but focused animosity. A warning shot fired with terrifying precision. There was no discussion. No debate about maybe waiting it out or trying to rationalize it further. Every instinct honed by years in the wilderness, every shred of common sense, screamed the same thing. We had been warned unequivocally. Ignoring a sign that clear, that powerful, felt like suicide. Whatever resided in these ancient woods, whatever consciousness or force held sway here, had made its intentions known. We were intruders, unwelcome. "Pack essentials," I ordered, my voice gaining a little firmness despite the tremor underneath. "Water, food, first aid, navigation. Leave the tents if you have to. We're getting out of here, now." Mark nodded grimly, already moving towards his pack. Sarah scrambled to gather the strewn food items, her hands shaking so badly she dropped a protein bar. The next 15 minutes were a blur of frantic, clumsy activity. We weren't packing, we were stuffing. Sleeping bags crammed into sacks, loose items shoved into any available pocket. Straps were yanked tight, buckles clipped with fumbling fingers. Every rustle of leaves in the normal forest around us made us jump. Every shadow seemed deeper, potentially concealing watchful eyes. The awe I'd felt earlier towards the giant trees had curdled into apprehension, bordering on fear. They no longer felt like majestic pillars of nature. They felt like silent, ancient arbiters who had just passed judgment upon us. We didn't talk much. Just frantic rustling, the clink of metal gear, hissed instructions. Got the filter. Compass. Beer spray front pocket. The urgency was palpable. The feeling of being watched, of being allowed to leave, but only if we hurried, was intense. It prickled the back of my neck, made me glance constantly towards the dense woods surrounding our violated clearing. Finally, packs were shouldered heavier now with adrenaline and fear than they had been with gear on the way in. We took one last look at the clearing. Mark's bent tent pole, the scattered leaves, the lingering, almost imperceptible chill in the air. We didn't bother trying to fix anything or clean up beyond grabbing our main gear. It felt wrong, like lingering would be pushing our luck, testing the patience of whatever had just demonstrated its power. Without a word, I turned towards the faint path we'd made coming in from the main trail. Mark and Sarah fell in behind me. It was time to retreat. We had trespassed, and the sovereign of this ancient domain had made its displeasure known. We were leaving Joyce Kilmer Memorial Forest far sooner than planned, and with a story I knew nobody would ever truly believe, but one that was seared into my memory, cold and terrifying and utterly real. The hike out began, fueled by a fear I'd never known before in the wild places I loved. The hike out wasn't a hike, it was a controlled flight. We moved fast, stumbling over routes we would normally navigate with ease, pushing through branches that snagged at our clothes. Every snap of a twig underfoot sounded like a gunshot in the heavy silence. The majestic, awe-inspiring forest we'd walked into just hours before now felt suffocating, oppressive. The giant trees, symbols of ancient serenity on the way in, now seemed like stern, silent judges watching our hurried retreat. There was no sound of pursuit, no rustling in the underbrush keeping pace with us. That almost made it worse. It wasn't a creature chasing us. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath, watching us go, its point having been made. The feeling of unseen eyes on my back was relentless, a cold pressure between my shoulder blades. It felt like we were being escorted out, permitted to leave only because we had immediately understood and obeyed the violent command. My mind was a whirlwind, trying to process, failing. The logical part of me, the experienced camper, kept throwing up explanations, bizarre, localized atmospheric phenomena, auditory hallucinations brought on by. What? Nothing made sense. The sheer specificity of it, the clearing only, the instant on-off, the unnatural cold, the sound without lightning defied every rational explanation I had. And overriding all the failed logic was the gut-level certainty, the primal fear that confirmed what Sarah had whispered. It felt like it hated us. Mark was right behind me, breathing heavily, occasionally murmuring, "Keep moving, Sarah." She was pale but determined, fueled by adrenaline, her eyes darting nervously into the dense woods on either side of the trail. We didn't stop. Didn't dare pause for water or to catch our breath for more than a few seconds. The imperative was clear: get out of these woods. Reaching the main loop trail felt like surfacing briefly from deep water, but the relief was minimal. We were still deep within Joyce Kilmer, still surrounded by those ancient, watchful giants. We practically jogged the remaining mile or two back towards the trailhead, ignoring the burning in our lungs and the ache in our legs. And then, through the trees, I saw it, the glint of sunlight off a car windshield, the edge of the parking lot. Civilization. Or at least the boundary line back to the world we understood. Stepping out from under the dense canopy into the open sunlight of the parking area felt like breaking a spell. The air here felt normal, just ordinary late afternoon mountain air. The gravel crunched under our boots with reassuring normalcy. We reached my car, threw our packs into the back without ceremony, and practically fell into the seats. I locked the doors, a completely useless gesture out here, but it felt necessary. We just sat there for a long moment, the silence in the car thick with unspoken terror and disbelief, the only sound our own rag breathing slowly returning to normal. I looked back towards the wall of trees bordering the parking lot. It just looked like forest. Beautiful, imposing, ancient forest. Nothing overtly menacing. Could we have imagined the intensity? No. The bent tent pole, the scattered gear, visceral fear that was real. The warning was real. Mark finally broke the silence, his voice low and strained. Okay, so that happened.
Yeah, I breathed out.
It happened. Sarah was leaning her head against the passenger window, staring out but not really seeing anything. I've never been so scared in my life, Ben. Me neither. Mark admitted, running a shaky hand through his hair. What was that? Some kind of electrical storm? A localized. He trailed off, knowing how inadequate it sounded. No, I said firmly, gripping the steering wheel. That wasn't weather. That was something else. That was a get the hell out notice, served with extreme prejudice. The drive back down the mountain roads was mostly silent. We tried briefly to talk about it, to dissect it, but the words failed us. How do you describe a sound that felt like the earth groaning in anger? How do you explain wind that freezes you in seconds, but only touches a 50-foot circle? How do you articulate the feeling of pure, directed malevolence from a seemingly empty forest? We stopped for gas and coffee in a small town hours later. Standing under the fluorescent lights of the gas station felt jarringly artificial after the deep, ancient woods. Seeing other people, hearing normal conversations, it was like returning from another planet. We looked like hell, sweaty, disheveled, eyes wide with residual shock, but no one gave us a second glance. We were just 3 more travelers passing through. They had no idea what we just escaped from. In the weeks that followed, we talked about it a few more times, Mark, Sarah, and I. We agreed on the core facts, the impossibility of it, the certainty of the warning. We didn't have any answers, only the shared trauma. Sarah swore off camping for the foreseeable future. Mark, while still loving the outdoors, admitted he'd be sticking to more well-trodden paths for a while. As for me, it changed something. That profound sense of peace I always found in the wilderness is tainted now. I still go out, but I'm more cautious, more aware. I find myself listening harder to the silence, scanning the sky more often. I haven't been back to Joyce Kilmer, and I don't think I ever will. I did some research online, digging through forums, park reports, local history sites. Found plenty of stuff about the beauty of the old growth, some vague mentions of Cherokee legends about powerful spirits in the oldest parts of the mountains, a few hiker accounts of feeling more uncomfortable, or watched in certain areas, but nothing remotely like what we experienced. Nothing about localized, impossible storm serving eviction notices. Maybe it was unique. Maybe we just stumbled into the wrong place at the wrong time, disturbing something ancient and territorial. Or maybe others have experienced it and simply never talked about it, fearing ridicule or disbelief. I don't know. What I do know is this: we were given an incredibly clear, incredibly violent warning. We were intruders in a place that didn't want us there, and something with the power to manifest storms out of a clear blue sky made its displeasure known. We heeded that warning and fled, ignoring it, trying to tough it out, staying the night. I genuinely believe that would have been a fatal mistake. Some places are wilder than we can comprehend. Some ancient woods hold powers that predate us by millennia, and sometimes the woods themselves tell you to leave. You'd be wise to listen. I know I will, for whatever time I have left that roar. It still echoes in the quiet moments, a chilling reminder of the day the forest told us to get out. My name is Evelyn Hayes. My partner, Mark Ashton, and I used to think we were seasoned campers. We weren't hardcore survivalists or anything, not the kind who forage for berries and build shelters out of fallen logs, but we were comfortable in the woods. We knew how to pitch a tent, build a respectable fire, read a map mostly, and generally handle ourselves a few miles off the beaten path. We loved the solitude, the smell of pine needles and damp earth, the feeling of being untethered from the constant buzz of city life. Asheville, North Carolina, and the surrounding Pisgah National Forest were our usual haunts. Beautiful ancient mountains, thick woods, countless trails leading to places that felt genuinely remote. We'd done trips like this maybe a dozen times before. Nothing had ever prepared us for what happened last October. We'd found the perfect spot, or so we thought. It wasn't an official campsite, just a small, relatively flat clearing nestled deep in a valley, maybe 5 or 6 miles hike in from the nearest gravel Forest Service road where we'd left Mark's truck. A little stream trickled nearby, providing background noise and fresh water, though we always filtered it religiously. The autumn air was crisp, hinting at the colder nights to come, but the day had been glorious, bright sunshine filtering through a canopy of leaves just starting to turn fiery shades of red and gold. We set up our tent, a sturdy two, person dumb, organized our gear, and spent the afternoon gathering firewood. There was no shortage. The forest floor was littered with dry branches and fallen limbs, seasoned by the dry spell we'd been having. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in deepening shades of purple and orange, Mark got the campfire going. He's always been better at it than me, coaxing the initial flames from twigs and birch bark before carefully adding larger pieces. Soon, we had what I'd call a textbook campfire, a roaring, cheerful blaze throwing off generous heat and light, pushing back the encroaching shadows. We cooked foil packet dinners nestled in the coals, drank cheap red wine from metal mugs, and talked about everything and nothing the way you do when you're relaxed and miles from anyone. The fire crackled and popped, a comforting, hypnotic sound. The surrounding woods were dark, sure, but it felt like a benign darkness. Held at bay by our little circle of light, we felt safe, insulated. Looking back, that feeling of safety feels like the most terrifying illusion of all. We'd piled a substantial amount of wood next to the fire pit, easily enough to last us well into the night. The flames were high, licking eagerly at the logs, casting dancing shadows on the wall of trees that ringed our clearing. The heat was intense enough that we had our camp chairs set back a comfortable distance. Mark had just tossed another decent-sized log onto the pile, sending a shower of bright orange sparks spiraling up into the night sky like fleeting constellations. He grinned at me, his face illuminated by the flickering light. See, plenty of fuel. Should last till morning if we bank it right. I smiled back, pulling my fleece jacket tighter around me. The air temperature was dropping quickly now that the sun was long gone. Good, I said. Wouldn't want to run out. It happened maybe 10 minutes later. We were sitting in comfortable silence, just watching the flames wreathe and twist. 1 second, the fire was a living, breathing entity, vibrant, hot, noisy. The next, poof. That's the only word for it. Poof. It wasn't like a fire dying down naturally, embers slowly fading, flames flickering lower and lower until only a red glow remained. It wasn't like wind suddenly whipped through and scattered it, though there wasn't a breath of wind anyway. It was instantaneous. One moment, a roaring blaze dominating the clearing. The absolute next, utter, complete extinction. The light, the heat, the sound all vanished in the same microsecond. It was as if someone had thrown a colossal, soaking wet, invisible blanket over the entire fire pit. One moment, blinding orange light; the next, a darkness so profound, so absolute, it felt like a physical weight pressing in on us. The sudden transition was shocking, disorienting. My eyes, accustomed to the bright firelight, were useless. I couldn't see Mark sitting barely 5 feet away. I couldn't see the tent behind us. I couldn't see the trees, the ground, my own hands in front of my face. It was the kind of darkness you only find deep underground, or perhaps miles out at sea on a moonless night. But this felt different. This darkness felt intentional, malicious, like it hadn't just happened, but had been imposed. For a heartbeat, there was absolute silence, except for the frantic pounding of my own heart in my ears, and the faint ringing left over from the fire's noise. The sudden absence of the crackling flames was deafening. Then, from the thick brush just beyond the edge of where our firelight had reached, maybe 20 yards away, came the sound. It was a heavy sound, a purposeful sound, not the scuttling of a raccoon or the cautious tread of a deer. It was the sound of something substantial moving through the undergrowth, breaking twigs, rustling dry leaves with deliberate weight. Snap, crush, drag. It sounded close, too close. Mark. My voice was a choked whisper, barely audible even to myself. Shit, he breathed back, his voice tight with fear. Evelyn flashlight. Now. Panic flared, cold and sharp. Our headlamps and main flashlight were, stupidly, on the small folding table next to Mark's chair, just outside the immediate reach of where we sat. We'd relied entirely on the firelight. Scrabbling blindly on the ground, my hands swept through cool dirt and damp leaves. Where was the table? Which way was Mark? The darkness was disorienting me, turning the familiar clearing into an alien landscape. I can't find it, I hissed, my breath catching in my throat. The rustling in the brush continued, seeming to move slightly, parallel to the edge of the clearing, still heavy, still deliberate. Here, Mark's voice was closer now. A hand fumbled against my arm, then grasped it tightly. His other hand swept across the ground. A faint click, and then a blessed, narrow beam of light cut through the oppressive blackness. It wasn't our big lantern, just one of our smaller backup lights, but it felt like the sun. He immediately swung it towards the sound. The beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating a chaotic tangle of rhododendron bushes and shadowy tree trunks. The leaves trembled slightly, but whatever had made the noise was either gone or hidden just beyond the light's reach. The rustling stopped the instant the light hit the area. "Get the headlamps," Mark said, his voice low and urgent, keeping the beam fixed on the woods. "Tent, now." My hands, clumsy with adrenaline, fumbled across the folding table, knocking over a metal mug with a clatter that sounded obscenely loud in the silence. I grabbed the 2 headlamps and the larger flashlight.
Go!
We scrambled backwards, Mark keeping the flashlight beam pointed towards the woods, sweeping it back and forth, while I fumbled to get a headlamp on and switched it on, adding another pool of light to the scene. We backed awkwardly towards the tent, stumbling over unseen roots and rocks. The silence from the woods was almost worse than the noise. Had it retreated? Or was it just waiting? The extinguished fire pit sat in the center of our beams, a black, dead circle of charred logs and ash. There was no smoke, no lingering heat rising from it. It looked unnaturally cold, as if it hadn't been blazing minutes before. It looked wrong. We practically fell into the tent, zipping the flap shut with trembling hands. The thin nylon walls suddenly felt laughably inadequate, like hiding behind a paper screen. We sat there, panting, our flashlight beams crisscrossing the small space, illuminating our wide, terrified eyes. Outside, the oppressive darkness pressed in, and the silence of the forest seemed to be listening. The cheerful crackle of the campfire felt like a memory from another lifetime. We were alone, miles from anywhere, plunged into an unnatural night, with the chilling certainty that something hostile had just deliberately snuffed out our only protection. The sudden, calculated darkness hadn't been random. It felt like a trap being set, and the sickening feeling pooling in my stomach told me we had walked right into it. That fire dying wasn't just strange. It felt like the opening move in something terrible, a deadly mistake we were only beginning to understand. The night stretched before us, an abyss of unknown terror, and we hadn't even heard the worst of it yet. Okay, here is part 2 of the story, picking up immediately after Evelyn and Mark have zipped themselves inside the tent. Continues the R no sleep style, focusing on the psychological horror and suspense inside the tent, aiming for out part 20. The nylon wall, the zipper sealed with a sound like tearing fabric, impossibly loud in the sudden confines of the tent. We were plunged into a new kind of darkness, broken only by the frantic beams of our headlamps and the single flashlight Mark still gripped like a weapon. The air inside was immediately thick, smelling of nylon, stale breath, and raw fear. Outside, the profound, watchful silence resumed, pressing in on the thin walls. It felt less like the absence of sound and more like the presence of something holding its breath. We sat frozen on the tent floor, shoulder to shoulder, our backs against our bundled sleeping bags. The beams of our lights jittered, betraying the tremors running through our hands. Mark kept the main flashlight aimed squarely at the zip door, as if expecting it to burst open at any second. My headlamp beam bounced nervously around the small interior, the mesh ceiling showing only impenetrable blackness above, the familiar clutter of our gear suddenly looking alien and useless. A water bottle, a stray sock, A paperback novel I'd never finish now. Mundane objects stranded with us in a situation that felt anything but. What was that? I finally managed to whisper. My throat felt tight, dry. Mark shook his head, his eyes wide and fixed on the door. I don't know. No animal I've ever heard moves like that. Or does that? He gestured vaguely towards where the fire pit lay outside, shrouded in that unnatural, consuming dark. The fire, it didn't just go out. It was put out. I know, I breathed. That was the terrifying core of it. The deliberation, the intent. Whatever was out there, it hadn't stumbled upon us. It had acted. It had plunged us into its preferred environment, absolute darkness. We strained our ears, listening. The normal night sounds of the forest seemed to have vanished along with our fire. No crickets chirping, no owls hooting. Not even the gentle murmur of the nearby stream seemed to penetrate the heavy silence. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath with us, or perhaps whatever was out there had silenced it too. Minutes crawled by like injured slugs. Every tiny creak of the tent poles under the tension of the fabric, every rustle of our own clothing, sounded like a gunshot in the stillness. Mark's knuckles were white where he gripped the flashlight. I hugged my knees to my chest, trying to make myself smaller, less conspicuous, even though I knew intellectually that the flimsy nylon walls offered no real concealment. They felt paper. Thin, a membrane separating us from what? Then, a new sound. Faint at first, a soft scrape. We both froze, our eyes locking. Mark slowly, carefully clicked off the main flashlight, plunging us into the dimmer, more focused light of our headlamps. He thought the brighter light might be attracting attention. The scraping came again, closer this time. It sounded like fingernails dragging lightly across canvas. But this wasn't canvas. It was nylon, and the sound was coming from the side of the tent near the ground. Scrape, pause, scrape. It moved slowly along the tent wall, a delicate, exploratory sound that was somehow more terrifying than a roar or a growl would have been. It spoke of curiosity, of patience, of something testing the boundary between its world and ours. Mark slowly, silently reached over and clicked off his headlamp too. I instantly understood and switched off mine. We were in absolute darkness again, but this time it was by choice. Our reasoning, perhaps flawed by terror, was that maybe it couldn't see us if we showed no light. Maybe it was drawn to light. The sudden extinguishing of the fire seemed to support that. Now blind, our other senses went into overdrive. The scraping sound was clearer, more intimate. It moved around the back of the tent, then along the other side. It wasn't frantic. It was methodical, circling. My breath hitched in my throat. I could feel Mark's arm pressed against mine, tense as coiled steel. I imagined something low to the ground, sniffing, feeling, examining its catch. The air grew colder, seeping through the nylon, or maybe it was just the fear chilling me to the bone. After completing a full circuit, the scraping stopped directly in front of the zippered door. Silence descended once more, thick and pregnant. I could hear Mark's breathing, shallow and rapid, next to me. I was sure my own sounded like a bellows. Was it standing there, right outside? Could it sense us, huddled just inches away? Time stretched into an unbearable elastic band. How long did we sit there, blind and deafened by the silence, waiting for the zipper to tear open? 1 minute. 10, an hour. It felt like an eternity suspended in black ink. My muscles screamed from being held so rigidly. I desperately needed to shift, to cough, to breathe properly, but the fear of making any sound kept me paralyzed. Then, a new horror. A wet, snuffing sound right against the nylon door, like a large animal sniffing intently. It was followed by a low, guttural click. Not a tongue click, but something deep in the throat, perhaps. Or bone on bone. It wasn't an animal sound I could place, and I've heard bears, deer, coyotes, bobcats. This was alien. Wrong. Mark flinched violently beside me, his hand instinctively reaching for the flashlight again. I put my hand on his arm, shaking my head frantically, in the dark, though he couldn't see me. No light. Don't show it we're here. He hesitated, his hand hovering. The sniffing sound moved away from the door, replaced by a soft, heavy thud against the tent wall near my side. I recoiled, pressing myself against Mark. It felt like something dense and heavy had just leaned against the fabric. I could almost feel a pressure, a weight against the thin nylon. I imagined the fabric bulging inwards, straining against the presence on the other side. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I thought it would burst. We stayed like that, utterly still for what felt like hours. The leaning pressure eventually subsided, followed by a faint rustling, retreating back towards the edge of the clearing, back towards the thick brush where the first sounds had originated. Had it gone? Or was it just settling in to watch? To wait? We didn't dare turn the lights back on for a long time. We sat in the suffocating darkness, whispering occasional, terrified questions to each other. Did you hear that?
Is it gone?
What is it? We had no answers. We were running on pure adrenaline and primal fear. Slowly, inchingly slowly, the blackness outside the tent began to soften. It wasn't sunrise yet, not even close, but the absolute ink-blot darkness started to fade into a deep, starless gray. The pre-dawn light, weak as it was, felt like a reprieve. We could just begin to make out the faintest outlines of the tent interior. Mark finally risked switching on his headlamp, keeping the beam low. "We need to stay awake," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "We can't fall asleep. Not until sunrise. Full sunrise." I nodded, though my eyelids felt like lead weights. Every nerve ending was frayed, exhausted. But the thought of closing my eyes, of slipping into unconsciousness while that thing might still be lurking just beyond the thin wall, was unthinkable. We had to make it to daylight. We checked our watches. Hours to go. Hours of listening, waiting, trapped in our fragile nylon shell, while the malevolent darkness outside reluctantly began to recede. The night was far from over, and the memory of that wet, sniffing sound, that heavy pressure against the tent, would be burned into my mind forever. We were prey, waiting for the sun to scatter the predator, assuming, of course, that sunlight would stop it. We had no reason to believe it would. Okay, here is part 3, the conclusion of the story. It details the morning after the examination of the campsite, the hike out, and the lasting impact of the encounter, aiming for around 1,000 words in the ARG no-sleep style. Part 3. The lingering dark dawn didn't arrive with a triumphant burst of light. It seeped into the world like watercolors bleeding onto damp paper. The oppressive blackness outside the tent slowly yielded to shades of gray, then a pale, washed-out blue. Birdsong started tentatively, hesitantly, as if the birds themselves were unsure if the night's terror had truly passed. Inside the tent, illuminated by the weak dawn light filtering through the nylon, we looked like survivors of a shipwreck, pale, hollow-eyed, smeared with dirt, clothes rumpled, huddled together amidst the debris of our abruptly terminated camping trip. We hadn't slept. Not a wink. Every creak, every sigh of the wind, when it finally returned, every distant animal call had sent fresh jolts of adrenaline through our exhausted bodies. We just sat, listening, waiting, fueled by stale energy bars and the dregs of our water bottles, until the light outside felt substantial enough, safe enough to risk emerging. Mark's hand hovered over the zipper for a long moment. He looked at me, a silent question in his eyes. I nodded, trying to project a confidence I absolutely did not feel. He took a deep breath and pulled the zipper down. The sound was still obscenely loud, ripping through the fragile morning quiet. He cautiously poked his head out, scanning the clearing. After a few seconds, he looked back at me.
Okay.
I think it looks clear. We crawled out of the tent stiff and sore, blinking in the pale morning light. The air was cold, biting at our exposed skin. The clearing looked simultaneously normal and deeply wrong. The trees stood silent, witnesses to our ordeal. The little stream burbled nearby, seemingly indifferent. But the atmosphere was heavy, tainted. The beauty of the Pisgah National Forest felt like a thin veneer over something ancient and hostile. Our eyes immediately went to the fire pit. It sat in the center of the clearing, a circle of cold, black ash and charred logs, exactly as we'd seen it in our flashlight beams hours before. There was no lingering warmth, no hint of smoke. It looked like a fire that had died days ago, not mere hours. Mark walked over to it, crouching down. He poked at the logs with a stick. Anything? I asked, my voice raspy. He shook his head slowly, prodding the ashes. No, it's just cold. Dead cold. The wood on top, the big pieces I added right before it happened, they're barely even scorched on the surface. It's like the heat just vanished instantly, didn't even have time to properly burn them. He stood up, dusting ash from his fingers, his face grim. Nothing natural does this. If. We then turned our attention to the ground around the tent. Last night's sounds, the scraping, the sniffing, that heavy thud against the wall, were vividly etched in our minds. We circled the tent slowly, scanning the damp earth and leaf litter. There were scuff marks, disturbed patches of leaves, areas where the ground looked compressed. Especially near the door where the sniffing had occurred, and along the side where I'd felt the pressure. But there were no distinct prints, no claw marks, no paw prints, no boot prints, just disturbances. Areas where something heavy and indistinct had moved, circled, perhaps leaned. It was frustratingly, terrifyingly vague. It was as if whatever had been there defied leaving clear evidence, or perhaps its form was such that it didn't leave prints like any creature we knew. We checked the area where we'd heard the initial heavy movement in the brush. Rhododendron leaves were broken, a few small branches snapped, confirming something large had pushed through. Again, no clear tracks, just the signs of passage. The urge to get out, to run, was overwhelming. We didn't discuss it. We just started packing, moving with frantic, silent efficiency. Rolling up sleeping bags, collapsing the tent, stuffing gear into our backpacks, every rustle of nylon, every clink of metal felt like a beacon, advertising our presence. We kept glancing nervously towards the tree line, expecting to see movement, to feel eyes watching us. The forest felt unnervingly quiet again, the brief burst of birdsong having faded. Was it listening? Packing took maybe half the usual time. We didn't bother cleaning cookware. We just jammed everything into our packs. Weight distribution be damned. Hefting the packs felt like settling a familiar burden, but the fear added an invisible weight that pressed down on our shoulders. Mark took the lead, compass in hand, not wanting to rely on GPS out here, especially now. I followed close behind, constantly looking back over my shoulder. The hike out was 6 miles of tense silence and heightened senses. Every snapped twig underfoot sounded like a gunshot. Every shadow seemed too deep, potentially concealing something. The familiar trail markers felt less like guides and more like milestones measuring our agonizingly slow escape. The air remained still heavy. We didn't talk, conserving our breath, focusing only on putting one foot in front of the other, moving as quickly and quietly as possible. The feeling of being watched was relentless. It wasn't a specific sense of eyes on my back, but more a pervasive awareness, like the forest itself was conscious and disapproving of our presence, or worse, reluctant to let us leave. Once, about halfway back, we both heard it. Faint, distant, echoing subtly through the trees behind us. That same, low, guttural click we'd heard outside the tent door. We froze, locked eyes, then without a word, started walking faster, almost jogging despite the weight of our packs. We didn't hear it again, but the message was clear. We knew we were leaving. Maybe it was letting us go. Maybe. The sight of Mark's dusty blue truck, parked on the gravel shoulder of the Forest Service road, was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. We practically threw our packs into the bed and scrambled into the cab, locking the doors immediately. Mark fumbled with the keys, his hands still shaking slightly, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine turning over, roaring to life in the quiet woods, was the sweetest sound imaginable. He didn't hesitate, throwing the truck into reverse, gravel spitting, then shifting into drive and accelerating down the bumpy road, far faster than was probably safe. We didn't speak until we hit paved highway, the dense woods finally receding in the rearview mirror. Never again, Mark said, his voice flat, exhausted. Never camping again. Not there. Maybe not anywhere. I just nodded, leaning my head against the cool glass of the passenger window, watching the trees blur past. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost felt like grief. But underneath the relief, something else lingered. A cold dread that hadn't stayed back in that clearing. It's been months since that trip. We live in the city, far from Asheville now. We don't talk about what happened, not really. What is there to say? We survived. But the experience left a scar. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I hear phantom sounds, a scrape, a click. I find myself staring into dark corners, into the shadows between buildings, feeling that same watchful presence we felt in the woods. The fire going out, that wasn't the deadly mistake. The mistake was thinking we were ever truly safe, thinking that darkness was just the absence of light. We know better now. We know that sometimes the darkness is something else. It's patient. It watches. And we know with a certainty that chills us deeper than that autumn night ever did, that it's still out there. And maybe, just maybe, it remembers us. I need to write this down. Get it out somewhere people might see it, might understand. Or maybe just so it exists outside my own head, because frankly, keeping it locked up in here feels like letting poison seep into the foundations. My name's Lucas Harper. Just a regular guy, mostly. Work a desk job, the kind that slowly drains the color from your life, you know? Live in a city that always smells faintly of exhaust fumes and fryer grease. My escape, my reset button has always been the woods. Always. Ever since I was a kid, camping trips with my dad were the highlight of my year. The smell of pine needles and damp earth, the crackle of a campfire, the profound, almost deafening silence of a forest at night, that's my church. That's where I feel like myself. So, when the stress started piling up, work deadlines, increase, the usual soul, crushing grind, I knew what I needed. A real trip. Not just an overnight near some state park campground, but proper immersion. Deep woods, no cell service. Just me, my backpack in the wild. Nantahala National Forest, that's where I set my sights. Sprawling, ancient, dense as hell in places. Big enough to get properly lost in, which was precisely the point. I spent weeks planning, poring over topographical maps, marking potential routes, upgrading some gear. Got myself a new water filter, a slightly lighter tent. Felt like preparing for a pilgrimage. The drive down was already doing me good. Windows down, blasting music that probably didn't fit the Appalachian scenery. Watching the strip malls and suburbs melt away into rolling hills, then foothills, then proper mountains cloaked in green. I parked the Jeep at a designated trailhead, but my plan wasn't to stick to the marked paths for long. I wanted to find my own spot, somewhere off the beaten track. The first mile or so was standard stuff, a well-maintained trail shared with a few day hikers nodding hello. But then I took a turn, following a fainter game trail that branched off towards a ridge. The air changed almost immediately, cooler, damper. The sounds of other people faded, replaced by birdsong I didn't recognize and the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth. Standard forest stuff, reassuringly wild. I hiked for maybe 3-4 hours, pushing deeper. Consulting my map and compass, aiming for a specific valley I'd spotted, one cradled between two steep ridges with a stream mark running through it. The going got tougher. Thicker brush, steeper inclines. Scrambled over moss. Covered logs bigger around than my car. Sweat was stinging my eyes. My pack felt heavier, but damn, it felt good. This was it. This was the disconnection I craved. Finally, late afternoon, I descended into the valley, and there it was. The stream. Not a raging river, more like a wide, clear brook, maybe 15 feet across, gurgling over smooth, multi-colored stones. The sound alone was therapy, and just 50 yards back from the bank, nestled in a small, natural depression surrounded by towering hardwoods, oak, maple, a few hemlocks was the spot. I mean, perfect. Uncannily so. The ground was almost perfectly flat, covered in a soft layer of last year's leaves, miraculously free of large roots or rocks. It was sheltered but not claustrophobic. The canopy was high overhead, letting dappled sunlight filter through. Close enough to the stream for easy water access, far enough back to avoid any potential flash flood nonsense. I always got to think practical. It felt protected. Welcoming even. Well, hello beautiful. I murmured aloud, dropping my pack with a heavy thud. The silence that answered felt peaceful, expectant. I couldn't believe my luck. This wasn't just a good spot. It was the kind of spot you dream about finding, the kind you almost hesitate to use because it feels too pristine. Setting up camp was pure joy. The tent went up easy on the flat ground. I gathered down wood, plenty of dry stuff scattered around, and built a neat little fire ring with stones pulled from the edge of the clearing. Filtered water from the stream, cool and tasting faintly of minerals. Cooked up some dehydrated chili mac that tasted like gourmet cuisine in that setting. As dusk settled, the forest came alive in a different way. The birds quieted down, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. The fire crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. I sat on my foldable stool, nursing a flask of whiskey, feeling the tension drain out of my shoulders with every passing minute. This was exactly what I needed. No emails, no spreadsheets, no traffic noise. Just the stream, the fire, and the immense, breathing forest around me. I felt small, insignificant, but in a good way. Connected to something vast and ancient. I remember thinking just before crawling into my sleeping bag that it was almost too quiet. Usually, even deep in the woods, you hear more nocturnal critter noises, scurrying, snapping twigs, distant calls. But here, beyond the stream and the fire, there was a profound stillness. I chalked it up to the location, maybe the valley at Costix. Didn't feel threatening, just deep. Calm. I slept like a log cocooned in my tent, dreaming of absolutely nothing. The next morning dawned bright and cool. Dew glittered on everything. I made cowboy coffee, heating water in my little metal pot over the embers I'd coaxed back to life. Ate a protein bar, feeling refreshed, recharged. My plan for the day was simple: explore the immediate vicinity, get the lay of the land, maybe follow the stream for a bit, see what was around my little slice of paradise. Didn't want to stray too far, just wanted to appreciate the area. I packed a small day pack: water, snacks, compass, first aid kit, knife. Left the main camp set up. Figured I'd be back well before lunch. I started by heading upstream, figuring I'd loop back around through the woods later. The streamside was beautiful, ferns growing thick along the banks, little cascades tumbling over rocks. Sunlight streamed through the canopy in shafts, illuminating the water. It was idyllic, peaceful. After maybe 20 minutes of walking, just enjoying the sights and sounds, I noticed something through the trees slightly uphill from the stream. A break in the foliage. Another clearing. Curiosity piqued. I pushed through some low, hanging branches and stepped out of the denser woods. It was a clearing, but different. Smaller than the one where I'd camped, maybe 30 feet across. Roughly circular, and immediately something felt off. The ground here wasn't covered in leaves like everywhere else. It was mostly bare earth, packed down slightly, and in the center stones. Not just a random scattering, they were arranged, laid out in a pattern that snaked and coiled in on itself. It wasn't like any symbol I recognized, not Celtic, not Native American motifs I'd seen in books, nothing pagan I could recall. It was complex, intricate, geometric in places, but also strangely organic in others. Made of flattish gray stones mostly, carefully placed. It covered maybe 10 feet in the middle of the clearing. My first thought was, that's weird. Maybe some kind of old survey marker, though it looked way too elaborate for that. Or maybe art. Someone's weird forest art project. But as I got closer, the feeling of simple curiosity started to curdle into something else, Innes. Around the perimeter of the stone pattern, almost like sentinels, were sticks. Just branches, maybe 2 feet long, sharpened crudely at one end and pushed firmly into the ground. There were maybe a dozen of them, spaced irregularly. And tied to the top of each stick, with what looked like sinew or rough twine, were bundles. My eyes focused on the nearest one. It was a messy clump of dark feathers. Crow feathers, maybe? Hard to tell. Okay, feathers are weird, but still in the realm of odd hiker hobby, or maybe some kind of backcountry ritual I wasn't familiar with. But then I looked at the next stick, and the bundle tied to it wasn't feathers. It was hair. thick clump of dark, coarse hair, matted together, tied tightly to the stick. My stomach lurched. It looked disturbingly, undeniably like human hair, or maybe bear hair, but the texture, it just screamed wrong. I scanned the other sticks, more feathers, another clump of dark hair, and on one stick, something paler, long strands of what looked chillingly like blonde or light brown hair. Suddenly, the clearing didn't feel like a curiosity. It felt ritualistic, deeply fundamentally wrong, like I'd walked into someone's private, disturbed ceremony. The air itself felt heavy, thick. The peaceful silence of the forest I'd enjoyed just moments before now seemed charged watchful. I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the primitive instinct to flee. This wasn't art. This wasn't some quirky hiker thing. The careful arrangement of the stones, the deliberate placement of the sticks, the visceral horror of those bundles, feathers, and hair, it screamed intention, purpose, and not a good one. It felt like a boundary marker, a warning, or worse, the focal point of something I couldn't begin to comprehend, but knew instinctively was bad news. I backed away slowly, careful not to disturb anything, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every rustle of leaves, every bird call suddenly sounded like a potential threat. The woods, which had felt like a sanctuary just yesterday, now felt alien and menacing. That profound stillness I'd noticed last night, it didn't feel calm anymore. It felt like something holding its breath. And then the truly chilling thought hit me, washing over me in a wave of cold dread. My campsite, my perfect, flat, welcoming spot. It was maybe a 5-minute walk from here, right downstream, practically next door. Camping so close to this, it wasn't just bad luck. It felt like a monumental, terrifying mistake. My blood ran cold. 5 minutes. 5 minutes walk, maybe less, separated my tent, my little bubble of perceived safety, from that circle of wrongness, stones and sticks and hair. Bile rose in my throat. I stumbled back from the edge of the ritual clearing, my feet catching on roots I hadn't noticed on the way in. I didn't dare turn my back completely, crabbed, walking backward for a few yards before spinning around and half jogging, half crashing through the underbrush back towards the stream, back towards my camp. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every tree seemed to lean in closer. The air, which had felt crisp and cool minutes ago, now felt heavy, stagnant, like breathing through wet wool. The birdsong I'd been enjoying, utterly silent now, replaced by the thudding of my own heart and the rasp of my panicked breathing. Was it my imagination, or did the woods know I'd seen it? Did the intruders always get this sudden silent treatment? The walk back, which had taken maybe 20 minutes outbound at a leisurely pace, felt like an eternity compressed into maybe 3 minutes of frantic scrambling. I burst through the last line of ferns and saw at my tent, a cheerful blue dome against the green, the gray ashes of my morning fire, my pack leaning against a log. But it wasn't cheerful anymore. It looked obscenely out of place, vulnerable, an open invitation. My little slice of paradise had transformed into a target painted on the forest floor. I sank down onto the log where my pack rested, trying to force air into my lungs. My hands were shaking. I kept scanning the trees 360 degrees, my head swiveling like I was watching a terrifying tennis match. Nothing. Just trees, leaves, dappled sunlight. The feeling, oh God, the feeling was unbearable. It was the feeling you get when you know someone is staring at you, the prickle on your skin, the weight of unseen eyes, but amplified, coming from everywhere at once, from the shadows between the trunks, from the dense canopy overhead, maybe even from the ground beneath my feet. The woods weren't just woods anymore. They were a single vast entity, and it was aware of me, and it disapproved. Okay. Lucas? Okay. I whispered, the sound startlingly loud in the oppressive quiet. Think, just think. My first instinct was pure, unadulterated flight. Pack the essentials, abandon the rest, and run. Run back the way I came, follow the game trail, hit the main path, don't stop until I reach the Jeep, lock the doors, and burn rubber out of Nantahala forever. But rationality, or maybe just a different kind of fear, wormed its way in. It was still morning, maybe 10 a.m. It had taken me hours to hike in here yesterday. Even at a panicked pace, it would take hours to hike out. Hours of crashing through unfamiliar woods, looking over my shoulder, heart pounding, making noise. What if I twisted an ankle? What if I got turned around in my panic? My map and compass were in my pack, sure, but navigating under duress with the feeling of being hunted, that seemed like a good way to get properly, irrevocably lost. And what was I running from? Exactly. A creepy arrangement of rocks and hair? Maybe it was old, ancient, even. Maybe it was left by some weirdo cult years ago and meant nothing now. Maybe those bundles were just offerings. Weird, yeah, deeply unsettling, absolutely. But maybe not an immediate threat, the hair. My mind kept snagging on the hair. Dark clumps, lighter strands, it looked too fresh. Too personal, and the feeling in that clearing hadn't felt old. It felt active. Wrong. In the campsite. Why was it so perfect? So flat, so clear. Had someone cleared it, maintained it, like a little welcome mat laid out right next door to that. Was the stream just a convenient water source, or was it significant? Part of the pattern, somehow. My paranoia was kicking into high gear, twisting every detail into something sinister. The gurgle of the water didn't sound like therapy now. It sounded like whispers, just below the threshold of understanding. The wind rustling the leaves overhead wasn't calming. It was footsteps, circling, waiting. I forced myself to stand up, moving stiffly. I needed water. My canteen was nearly empty from the morning coffee and the frantic hike back. The stream was right there, 50 yards away. But going down there meant turning my back on the woods behind me. It meant kneeling by the water's edge, vulnerable, occupied with the filter pump. It felt like volunteering to be bait. Screw it. Dehydration wasn't going to help. Clutching my sheath knife, not that it felt like much comfort against whatever might be out here, I walked quickly to the stream bank. I didn't go to the nice, open spot I'd used before. I found a place where a thicket of rhododendrons grew almost to the water, offering at least partial cover from behind. I knelt, unscrewed my filter, dropped the intake hose into the clear, cold water. My eyes darted constantly between the trees on my side, the trees on the far bank, the water itself. Pump, pump, pump. The simple mechanical action was agonizingly slow. Every muscle in my back and neck was clenched tight. Was that a flicker of movement across the stream? Just the light, a branch swaying. Pump, pump. What was that sound?
A twig snap, animal surely.
Deer. Squirrel. Pump, pump. The canteen was finally full. I screwed the cap on, my fingers fumbling slightly. Stuffed the filter back into its pouch. Stood up, knife still in hand, and backed away from the stream, scanning, scanning. Nothing. Nothing visible anyway. But the feeling of being watched hadn't lessened one bit. If anything, it intensified the closer I got back to my tent. Like I'd crossed some invisible boundary by taking water, asserted my presence in a way that was unwelcome. I got back to the small clearing. My tent stood as I'd left it. My pack was still leaning against the log. The dead fire pit was undisturbed. Relief warred with suspicion. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I'd stumbled on something weird, gotten spooked, and now my imagination was running wild in the isolation. I sat back down on the log, taking a long pull from the canteen. The water was cold, metallic. I tried to force myself to be logical. Option 1, panic, pack, run. Risk getting lost or encountering whatever is out here while exposed. Option 2D, stay put. Hunker down. Try to act normal. Maybe whatever it is respects boundaries. Maybe it only cares about that clearing. Leave first thing tomorrow morning. Bright and early, hike out carefully. Option 30, pack calmly, methodically, right now. Be ready to move, but don't bolt blindly. Hike out deliberately this afternoon, giving myself plenty of daylight. Option 3 felt like the sanest compromise. Terrifying, yes, but better than running blindly or spending another night here. Another night in this suffocating silence, imagining eyes in the dark, listening to the whispering stream. No, absolutely not. Decision made. Okay, pack. Now, I stood up, took a deep breath, and unzipped the tent flap. I needed to get my sleeping bag and sleeping pad rolled up first. They were the bulkiest items. I ducked inside the small blue dome and froze. On top of my sleeping bag, Lying flat against the dark green nylon was a single smooth gray stone. It wasn't there before. I hadn't put it there. I hadn't brought any stones into the tent. It was about the size of my palm, flat, gray, identical to the stones used in the pattern in that other clearing. It wasn't thrown in. The tent flap had been zipped shut. It was placed. Deliberately. While I was down at the stream, distracted, filtering water, someone or something had been here. Inside my tent, had left a calling card, a message. We see you. We know you're here. We can get to you. Panic, cold and absolute, washed over me, stealing my breath again. Forget compacking. Forget deliberate hiking. Get out. Get out now. I scrambled backward out of the tent, stumbling onto the leafy ground. My eyes darted wildly towards the tree line. Did I see it then? A flicker of movement behind a thick oak. Something tall and dark, just slipping out of sight? Or was it just my terror painting shapes onto the trees? I didn't wait to find out. Forget the tent. Forget the sleeping pad, the cooking pot, the extra food. Grab the pack. Grab the pack and run. I lunged for my backpack, still leaning against the log. My fingers closed around the straps, hauling it up. It felt impossibly heavy. As I swung it towards my back, something detached from the top flap, where I sometimes tuck my camp towel. It wasn't my towel. It fluttered down, landing softly on the leaves near my feet. A single, perfect, dark raven feather. And tied to its base, with a strand of something that looked horribly like sinew, was a small, tight knot of pale, blonde hair. A twig snapped in the woods behind me.
Close.
Too close. There was no thought, no decision.
Just pure animal instinct screaming, "Om!"
Danger! Flee.
I didn't glance back, didn't try to rationalize. I exploded in emotion, shoving off the ground, clutching my backpack awkwardly against my chest with one arm like some kind of lopsided shield. The carefully packed gear, the map, the compass, the first aid kit, none of it mattered. Only escape. I ran. Crashing through the undergrowth, away from the violated sanctuary of my campsite, away from the stream that whispered secrets, away from the clearing that pulsed with unseen energy. I aimed myself vaguely in the direction I thought I'd come from yesterday, towards the ridge I'd descended. Trees whipped past in a green-brown blur. Branches lashed my face and arms, drawing blood I barely felt. Roots snagged at my boots, threatening to send me sprawling. My lungs burned, screaming for air I couldn't seem to draw in fast enough. The backpack was a clumsy weight. Its straps dug into my arm, throwing off my balance. A low, hanging branch caught the top flap, the same flap where that horrifying feather and hair bundle had been tucked. I heard a tearing sound, felt the pack wrench sideways. Didn't care. I ripped it free, maybe losing something, maybe not, didn't check. Just kept running, fueled by a terror so profound it bypassed thought entirely. Behind me, I heard it, not just the echo of my own panicked passage. Something else, heavy, keeping pace. The snap of thicker branches than I was breaking. A rhythmic thump, thump, thump. That wasn't the panicked drumming of deer hooves or the scramble of a bear. It sounded deliberate, pacing me. Or maybe it wasn't just behind me. Was that rustling off to my left? A flicker of movement glimpsed from the corner of my eye to the right. The feeling of being watched intensified, becoming the feeling of being herded. Like the woods themselves were closing in, guiding me, funneling me. The trees seemed denser here, the gaps smaller. Thorny vines I hadn't encountered on the way and reached out like grasping fingers, tearing at my clothes, my skin. I sobbed, a raw, ragged sound torn from my throat. Where was the game trail? The faint path I'd followed down. It should be around here somewhere. Everything looked the same. Towering trees, thick underbrush, deceptive shadows. Panic clawed higher, threatening to paralyze me. I risked a frantic glance behind me while scrambling up a short, steep bank. Nothing. Just the dense, indifferent woods. But the feeling, the presence was still there. Close. So close. And the thump, thud sound had stopped, which was somehow worse. Was it waiting, watching me flail? My foot slipped on loose earth. I went down hard on one knee, pain shooting up my leg. A strangled cry escaped me. I scrambled back up, ignoring the searing agony, propelled by the image of whatever was back there taking advantage of my momentary weakness. I needed the trail. Needed a landmark. Something. Then, directly in my path, jammed into the soft earth between two roots, was a stick, sharpened at the end, just like the ones in the clearing. And tied to it, fluttering slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel, was a single dark feather. It hadn't been there seconds ago. I would have seen it. It was placed. A marker. A message. We are here. We are with you. You can't escape. A fresh wave of terror gave me a burst of speed I didn't know I possessed. I veered sharply away from the mocking signpost, crashing through a thicket of mountain laurel, not caring about direction anymore, just away. Away from the markers, away from the campsite, away from the center of this nightmare. How long did I run? Felt like hours. Maybe it was only 30 minutes. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug, but it burns out. My lungs were ragged, my leg throbbed, cuts stung all over my body. The sun was definitely lower in the sky now, the light taking on that golden, long, shadowed quality of late afternoon. Soon it would be dusk. The thought of being caught out here lost, in the dark, with that, it was unthinkable. And then, impossibly, through the trees ahead, a flash of color that wasn't green or brown. A blue trail blaze painted on a tree trunk. Hope surged, so fierce it almost buckled my knees again. A marked trail. Not the main one I didn't think, but a trail. Civilization, direction, safety. I stumbled towards it, bursting onto the narrow, packed earth path. Which way? Left or right? I didn't recognize this specific section. I glanced down at my ripped jeans, my bleeding arms, my mud-caked boots. I must look like a madman. My gut screamed right. I turned right and started moving as fast as my exhausted body could manage. Half limping, half jogging. Every few steps, I risked a glance back down the trail, nothing. But the woods on either side still felt heavy, oppressive, silent in that unnatural way I'd come to dread. Minutes stretched into an eternity. More blue blazes appeared, reassuringly regular. The trail started a gradual descent. Then I heard it distant, faint, but unmistakable. The sound of a car engine. I pushed harder, ignoring the pain. The sound grew louder. And then I saw it, the gravel edge of the parking lot. And my Jeep. My beautiful, dusty, unassuming Jeep, sitting there like a portal back to the real world. Never has a beat-up SUV looked so much like salvation. I fumbled for my keys, my shaking fingers struggling to grasp the small piece of metal in my pocket. Did I drop the pack? No, it was still clutched under one arm, torn strap dangling. Keys out. Stabbed the key at the lock, missed. Tried again. Click. The door unlocked. I threw the pack onto the passenger seat, not caring where it landed. Slid behind the wheel, slammed the door, hit the lock button. Every lock clicked down, with a sound like a gunshot in the sudden confines of the car. My breath came in ragged gasps. I jammed the key into the ignition, twisted. The engine sputtered. Whined. Didn't catch. No, please. I begged, tears finally spilling over, hot and stinging on my scratched face. I looked frantically at the tree line bordering the parking lot. Empty, but watching. I knew it. I turned the key again, pumping the gas pedal like a maniac. It caught, roared to life. I slammed the gear stick into reverse, spun the wheel, shot backward out of the parking space, gravel spitting. Shifted into drive and floored it, fishtailing onto the narrow park road leading away from the trailhead. I didn't slow down. Not until the paved highway felt blessedly solid beneath my tires. I risked a glance in the rearview mirror. Just the empty road, the receding wall of trees. But was that something standing just inside the shadow line? Tall and dark. Or just a trick of the light, my overwrought imagination. I drove for hours. Didn't stop until I hit the fluorescent lights and bland safety of a 24-hour gas station miles away, back in the world of credit cards and lukewarm coffee. I looked at myself in the restroom mirror. Wild-eyed, face streaked with dirt and blood, clothes torn. I looked haunted. I felt haunted. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't been back to Nanahala. I don't think I can ever go back to any woods again. Sleep is difficult. Every creak of the house at night sounds like a footstep. Every shadow seems too deep. I threw out the backpack and everything that was in it, the tent, sleeping bag, anything that touched that place. I except I couldn't find that gray stone from the tent, or the feather and hair bundle. I tore the Jeep apart looking for them. Gone. Did they fall out? Or did I just imagine them in my panic? I don't think I imagined them. And sometimes late at night, when the city is quiet, I hear it, faintly, from the darkness outside my window. Thump, thump, thump. So, yeah, that's why I'm writing this. Because maybe I didn't escape completely. Maybe something followed me out. Or maybe I just carried the fear back with me, a scar deeper than the ones the branches left on my skin. All I know is this Nanahala is beautiful, ancient, powerful. But some places aren't meant for us. Some flat, perfect spots aren't luck. They're bait. And if you get that feeling, that prickle on your neck, that sense of being watched, that deep, gut-level wrongness, don't rationalize it away. Don't be logical Lucas Harper. Run. Just run. My name is Abigail Hayes. Most folks call me Abby. I grew up in a blink, and you miss a town nestled just outside the sprawling green expanse of Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina. For people like us, the woods weren't just scenery. They were our backyard, our playground, and sometimes our proving ground. My dad taught me and my older brother, Kevin, how to read a compass before I could properly tie my shoes, how to identify poison ivy from jewelweed, and how the angle of the sun could tell you more than a wristwatch ever could. We spent countless weekends hiking trails, fishing in ridiculously clear streams, and camping under skies so thick with stars they looked like spilled sugar. The forest felt like home, familiar and fundamentally safe, even with its bears and occasional copperhead. It was vast, sure, but it was our vastness. This particular trip, though, felt a little different. Maybe it was because Kevin and I hadn't done an overnight trek together in almost 2 years, not since he moved up to Asheville for work. Life gets busy, you know. Or maybe it was just me. I'd been feeling off. Stressed from my job waitressing at the diner, anxious about bills, the usual background hum of low-grade panic that defines your mid-20s when you feel like you're treading water. Kevin suggested the camping trip as a way to disconnect, reset, just like old times. Hike in, set up camp by Looking Glass Creek, maybe try to snag some trout for dinner, and just breathe air that didn't smell faintly of fryer grease and existential dread. We chose a trail we knew well, or thought we did. It wasn't one of the super popular, paved, path-type routes, but a more moderate loop that wound through thickets of rhododendron and stands of ancient, looking hemlocks before dipping down towards the water. We started later than planned. Kevin got stuck in traffic leaving the city, and then we spent too long catching up over greasy burgers at a roadside joint. By the time we shouldered our packs and hit the trailhead, the afternoon sun was already starting its slow dip towards the Blue Ridge peaks, painting the sky in ambitious streaks of orange and purple. The initial hike was great. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. We fell back into our old rhythm, Kevin leading the way, me trailing slightly behind, pointing out familiar landmarks, the oddly shaped boulder that looked like a grumpy old man, the lightning, scarred oak we'd sheltered under during a sudden downpour years ago. We talked about everything and nothing his job, my lack of a better one, mutual friends, that weird noise his car was making. The miles slipped away easily, but Pisgah is deceptive. The trails fork and weave, sometimes marked clearly, sometimes not so much. A fallen tree can obscure a turnoff. A washed-out section can force a detour. We were relying more on memory than the slightly worn map Kevin had stuffed in his pocket. As the sun sank lower, the light filtering through the dense canopy turned golden, then hazy, then started to fade into a deep, bruised purple. The shadows stretched, becoming long, distorted fingers reaching across the forest floor. That familiar comfort I usually felt began to fray at the edges, replaced by a prickle of unease. Think we missed that last switchback. I called out, squinting ahead. The trail seemed fainter here, less defined. Kevin paused, turning back. His face was already half obscured by the deepening gloom. I don't think so. Looks right to me. Camp should just be over this next rise, down by the creek. He sounded confident, but I saw him glance around, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes before he masked it. We pressed on. The birdsong that had accompanied us earlier had fallen silent, replaced by the chirping of early crickets and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth that made my heart jump. The air grew cooler, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the exertion. Everything started to look the same: towering trees, thick bushes, moss-covered rocks. The feeling of being watched, usually easy to dismiss as paranoia, felt heavier now, more insistent. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see, I don't know what. Deer, a bear, something else. Okay, maybe we did miss something. Kevin admitted after another 10 minutes of pushing through what felt increasingly like untamed wilderness rather than a trail. This doesn't look familiar at all. The easy confidence was gone now, replaced by a frown. Dusk wasn't just settling, it was thickening around us like smoke, swallowing the last vestiges of daylight. The vibrant greens and browns of the forest were muted into shades of gray and black. Panic, cold and sharp, began to snake its way up my spine. Getting lost in Pisgah wasn't like getting lost in a city park. People got properly lost out here. Sometimes they didn't get found quickly. Sometimes, all right, don't panic, Abes, Kevin said, trying to sound reassuring, probably as much for himself as for me. Let's backtrack a little. We couldn't have gone that far off course. We'll find the main trail again. We turned around, but backtracking in the near, dark was even harder. Every tree looked like the one we just passed. Every fallen log a potential tripping hazard. My breathing grew shallow. The woods felt immense, pressing in on all sides. The familiar suddenly felt alien, menacing. Every snap of a twig sounded like a footstep. Every gust of wind through the leaves sounded like a whisper. My comfortable backyard had transformed into something vast, indifferent, and potentially dangerous. We were small, insignificant, and definitely off the path. We stopped again, Kevin pulling out the map in his headlamp, its beam cutting a stark white cone through the gloom, but doing little to illuminate our surroundings beyond a few feet. He cursed under his breath, turning the map this way and that. Damn it, I think we should be heading more east. Back that way. He pointed vaguely to our left. Are you sure? My voice trembled slightly. Reasonably sure. Reasonably? He repeated, folding the map. Come on, stick close. We started walking again, slower this time, picking our way carefully over roots and rocks. The darkness was almost complete now, the headlamp beam the only point of reference in a world that had dissolved into shadows. My earlier anxiety had blossomed into full-blown fear. I just wanted the tent, the campfire, the small circle of light and warmth that represented safety in this overwhelming wildness. And that's when I heard it, clear as day, cutting through the oppressive silence of the woods. Abigail, over here? It was Kevin's voice. Unmistakably Kevin. His tone, his inflection, the way he always drew out the last syllable of my name. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost made my knees buckle. He must have scouted ahead, found the trail at the campsite! But wait, I stopped dead, straining my ears. Kevin was right beside me, fiddling with his headlamp strap. He hadn't moved his lips, hadn't made a sound. The call came again, slightly louder this time, maybe a bit impatient.
Abigail!
This way.
It came from deeper in the woods. Not from the direction Kevin had pointed, not towards where we thought the camp might be, but off to our right, further into the black, tangled wilderness. Deeper in, the wrong direction. And the sound, it was Kevin's voice, but hearing it again, knowing my actual brother stood silent beside me, it sounded wrong. There was an echo to it, a resonance that didn't belong. Like his voice was being played through a tin can or shouted down a long, empty tunnel. It was hollow, utterly terrifyingly hollow. My blood didn't just run cold, it felt like it turned to slushy ice in my veins. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the cricket chirps fading, the wind dying down. There was only the oppressive dark and that hideously familiar, hideously wrong voice calling my name from the depths. That hollow echo hung in the air, seeming to leach the warmth right out of my bones. My gaze snapped to Kevin. He was still frowning at his headlamp, pulling the strap tighter. He hadn't reacted. He hadn't heard it. The realization hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. This wasn't some echo playing tricks. This wasn't Kevin calling from further ahead. This was something else. Something pretending. Kevin? I whispered, my voice tight, barely audible. He looked up, his headlamp beam momentarily blinding me. Yeah, what's up? Did you hear that? He lowered the beam slightly, his brow furrowed. Hear what? Crickets and owl? Pretty quiet out here now. Quiet. It wasn't quiet. My ears were ringing with the phantom resonance of that not Kevin voice. The silence that followed his words felt unnatural, charged like the moments before lightning strikes. He hadn't heard it. He genuinely hadn't heard his own voice calling my name from the suffocating darkness off to our right. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The primal urge to answer a familiar voice, especially one sounding like my brother, warred violently with the ice, cold certainty that doing so would be a catastrophic mistake. Every instinct screamed Danagar. It was a lure. Something was trying to draw me away, deeper into the woods, away from Kevin, away from the faint hope of finding the trail. Abigail, seriously? Where are you? Come on. The voice again. Closer this time. Or maybe just more insistent, the hollow quality somehow sharper, like fingernails scraping down slate. It still mimicked Kevin's slightly exasperated tone perfectly, the kind he used when I was taking too long to get ready or dawdling on the trail. But beneath the perfect imitation, there was nothing. No warmth, no real concern, just emptiness. A sound shaped like Kevin, but devoid of any substance. It felt predatory. I flinched, stepping back instinctively, bumping into Kevin. Whoa! Abby, you okay? You're white as a sheet. He put a hand on my shoulder, steadying me. His touch was solid, real warm. A stark contrast to the chilling emptiness of the voice. Don't, I choked out. Don't listen. Don't listen to what? He scanned the woods around us, his headlamp beam cutting nervous arcs through the trees. Abby, you're scaring me. What did you hear? How could I explain it? How could I make him understand the specific terror of hearing his voice, perfectly replicated yet fundamentally wrong, calling me towards God knows what? And it sounded like you. I stammered, shaking my head frantically, calling my name from over there. I pointed vaguely towards the impenetrable darkness where the voice had originated. But it wasn't you. It felt wrong, hollow. Kevin stared in the direction I pointed, then back at me, his expression a mixture of confusion and dawning unease. He might not have heard the voice, but he knew me. He knew I wasn't prone to flights of fancy, especially not out here. He saw the genuine terror in my eyes. Okay, he said slowly, his voice low and serious. Okay, Abby, I didn't hear anything, but I believe you. He tightened his grip on my shoulder. We stick together, and we don't go that way. We go the way we planned, back towards where the camp should be. His conviction was a lifeline. Nodding mutely, I forced my feet to move, staying almost glued to his side. We pushed forward, away from the direction of the voice, towards the faint possibility of safety. Every nerve ending felt frayed, hyper-alert. The ordinary sounds of the night woods now seemed amplified, distorted. A snapping twig sounded like a gunshot. The rustle of leaves could be footsteps trailing us. The wind, sighing through the high branches, seemed to carry faint, unintelligible whispers. The forest itself felt different now. No longer just indifferent, it felt actively hostile. Branches seemed to snag at my clothes and hair with deliberate malice. Roots coiled across the path like tripwires, sending me stumbling more than once, saved only by Kevin's steadying hand. The air was thick and heavy, making it hard to draw a full breath. The beam from Kevin's headlamp, and the smaller one I'd fumbled out of my own pack, felt pitifully inadequate, pushing back the darkness by mere inches while the vast, unseen woods pressed in around us. We walked in silence for what felt like an eternity. The only sounds our own ragged breathing and the crunch of our boots on the leaf litter. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being hunted. My eyes darted constantly into the shadows beyond our meager lights, half expecting to see something looking back, but there was only the dense tangle of trees and undergrowth. Then, Softer this time, almost conversational, as if walking alongside us just beyond the reach of the light. Abby, why are you going the wrong way? I found the path. It's over here. Kevin's voice. Again. But this time, it wasn't just hollow. It carried a hint of disappointment. A feigned hurt that was somehow more repulsive than the previous calls. It slid under my skin, trying to manipulate, to guilt me into turning. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, focusing on the feel of the rough bark as I steadied myself against a tree trunk. It's not him. It's not real. I chanted it silently, desperately. Don't answer it, Abby. Kevin murmured, his voice grim. He hadn't heard it this time either, but he sensed my reaction. He knew it was back. We pushed on faster now, almost scrambling over the uneven terrain. Fear lent us a desperate energy. The map was useless in the dark. We were relying solely on Kevin's initial guess and a desperate hope that we were heading vaguely towards the creek, towards the campsite. The ground began to slope downwards more steeply. Loose rocks skittered underfoot. Once, my foot slipped, and I started to fall, letting out a sharp cry. Kevin grabbed my arm, hauling me back upright, just before I tumbled headlong into a thicket of thorny bushes. My heart was pounding so hard I felt dizzy. See, you need my help? Abigail. Just come this way. It's easier. The voice was sickeningly gentle now, oozing false concern. It sounded closer than ever, maybe just 10 yards away, hidden behind a curtain of leaves and shadows. I could almost feel its presence, a cold spot in the otherwise humid night air. Shut up! I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat, raw with terror and anger. Leave us alone. My shout echoed, swallowed instantly by the dense woods. For a moment, there was absolute silence. Even the crickets seemed to pause. Had I angered it, made things worse, then Kevin hissed, Abby, look. He shone his headlamp beam slightly ahead and to the left. There, glinting faintly in the light, was a small, reflective trail marker nailed to a tree, and beyond it, the ground leveled out slightly, the faint indentation of a path. The real path. Relief surged through me, so intense it felt like weeping. We weren't hopelessly lost. We were close. Oh my God, Kevin, the trail. We stumbled towards it, hope reignited. It wasn't the wide, clear path from earlier, but it was definitely a trail heading downhill in the direction we thought the camp should be. Safety felt within reach. We practically ran along it, heedless of the branches whipping at our faces. But the woods weren't done with us. As we rounded a sharp bend, the ground suddenly gave way beneath my feet. One moment I was on the path, the next I was sliding, scrambling down a short, steep embankment of loose earth and wet leaves, landing hard at the bottom with a jolt that knocked the wind out of me. My headlamp flew off, tumbling into the darkness.
Abby!
Kevin yelled from the top of the slope. His light bobbed frantically. I lay there for a second, stunned, gasping for air. The impact had dazed me. Darkness enveloped me completely, save for Kevin's distant beam from above, and from the dense woods directly beside me. So close I could have reached out and touched whatever unseen thing lurked there, came the voice, no longer mimicking Kevin, but distorted, guttural, a low chuckle that scraped like rocks grinding together. It wasn't hollow anymore. It was filled with ancient, chilling malice, and it was right beside me in the dark. Okay, here is part 3, the conclusion of the story. Part 3, poor, paralyzing terror seized me. I was sprawled in the damp leaves and mud, engulfed in absolute darkness, the echo of that guttural, malicious chuckle still vibrating in the air right next to me. It wasn't Kevin's voice anymore. It had dropped the pretense. This was the raw sound of whatever had been stalking us, whatever had tried to lure me away with a familiar comfort. And it was close. I could almost feel a cold presence beside me, a heavy stillness in the air that pressed against my skin. I clamped my mouth shut to stifle a scream, convinced that any sound would draw its attention directly onto me, vulnerable and blind in the dark.
Abby, answer me!
Are you hurt? Kevin's voice, the real Kevin's voice, sliced through the darkness from the top of the embankment. His headlamp beam swung wildly, searching for me, casting long, dancing shadows that momentarily illuminated twisted roots and slick rocks, before plunging them back into blackness. His frantic calls were the only thing that broke the spell of fear. Move. Get up. Get to Kevin. The thought was a desperate command. Scrabbling blindly, my hands sinking into cold mud and slick leaves, I tried to push myself up. My ankle throbbed where I'd landed on it, but adrenaline masked most of the pain. I'm okay, I yelled back, my voice shaky, and then...
Just fell. Lost my light. Stay put, I'm coming down.
He sounded terrified but determined. No, don't. The thought of him coming down into this suffocating darkness, closer to whatever chuckled beside me, was unbearable. Just shine the light down here! Help me see the way up! The beam steadied, pointing towards the slope just above me. It wasn't much, but it gave me a target. Ignoring the phantom presence I felt beside me, the lingering chill in the air, I lunged for the embankment. My hands clawed at loose soil rocks and roots, anything to gain purchase. Loose dirt showered down as I scrambled, half climbing, half crawling my way back up towards the light in the path. Every rustle behind me sounded like pursuit. I imagined long, shadowy fingers reaching for my already aching ankle, trying to drag me back down into the darkness, where that awful sound had originated. I didn't dare look back. Finally, Kevin's hand grabbed mine, hauling me the last few feet onto the relative safety of the trail. I collapsed against him, gasping, trembling uncontrollably. He held me tight, his own heart hammering against my back. Jesus, Abby, I thought. He didn't finish the sentence. He just held me for a moment, his light scanning the dark woods below us, then the path ahead. Come on, he urged, his voice tight with adrenaline. We have to be close. I think I can hear the creek. He was right. Beneath the frantic thumping of my own heart, I could just make out the faint, soothing murmur of running water. The creek. The campsite was near the creek. Hope, fragile but fierce, surged again. We half ran, half stumbled along the path, Kevin practically dragging me as I limped on my sore ankle. He kept his headlamp beam fixed ahead, only occasionally flicking it nervously into the woods on either side. I didn't need light to know what was back there. I could still feel the echo of that chuckle, the weight of that unseen presence. It felt like it was pacing us just beyond the edge of the light, waiting. The murmur of the creek grew louder, a blessed, natural sound in the unnatural silence that seemed to follow us. Then, through the trees, we saw it, the faint, welcoming glow of orange light reflecting off nylon. Our tent, and beside it the small, reassuring circle of embers from the fire pit we'd planned to use. We burst out of the trees and into the small clearing by the creek. The sight of the simple dome tent, looking so small and vulnerable against the vast backdrop of the dark forest, felt like spotting a lighthouse in a storm. I nearly sobbed with relief. Kevin guided me towards one of the camp chairs, unfolded near the fire pit, and gently pushed me down into it. He immediately started tending to the embers, adding small twigs and then larger pieces of wood he must have gathered earlier. Flames licked upwards, casting flickering light across the clearing, pushing the oppressive darkness back a few precious feet. The warmth felt incredible. He turned to me, his face pale and strained in the firelight. Abby, what the hell was that? Back there. You screamed at something. And when you fell, what happened down there? I hugged myself, still shivering despite the growing fire. The voice, Kevin. The one I told you about. It called again. Tried to sound nice. Then I screamed at it. I hesitated, the memory making my skin crawl. And when I fell down the bank, it was right there. Beside me. It laughed. But it wasn't your voice anymore. It was horrible. Kevin stared at me, his eyes wide. He knelt beside my chair. Abby, he said, his voice low and serious. I swear to you, on Mom's life, I never called your name out here. Not once. Not until you fell down that bank. His words hung in the air, heavy and terrifying. We both knew it instinctively, but hearing him confirm it, seeing the absolute sincerity and fear in his own eyes, cemented the reality of what had happened. Something in these woods had mimicked his voice, perfectly, trying to lure me away from him, deeper into the darkness. And it had almost succeeded. Following that voice, it wouldn't have led to an easier path. It would have led away from my brother, away from the trail, away from any hope of safety. It would have been, as the thought had struck me earlier, a deadly mistake. We sat there in silence for a long time, listening to the crackle of the fire and the murmur of the creek. The ordinary sounds felt fragile, easily overwhelmed by the memory of the hollow voice and the guttural chuckle. The circle of firelight felt pitifully small against the immense, watching darkness of Pisgah forest that surrounded us. Every snap of a twig from beyond the light made us jump. Neither of us felt like eating the trout we hadn't caught, or even the granola bars we had. Sleep felt impossible. Old man Hemlock. Kevin murmured eventually, staring into the flames. "What?" "Something my grandpa used to mention," he said, looking hesitant. "Just old stories, you know. Stuff people say about these woods." He never went into detail, just warned us kids about things that aren't right, things that watch you from the trees, things that can't call to you. Mimic sounds, voices. He shook his head. I always thought it was just campfire stories to scare us into staying close. He looked out into the darkness beyond the firelight, his expression grim. Maybe not. We didn't sleep much that night. We kept the fire burning bright, taking turns adding wood, sitting huddled in our chairs, listening. Listening to the creek, the wind, the unsettlingly normal sounds of the forest, and praying we wouldn't hear anything else. The tent, usually a symbol of shelter, felt flimsy, inadequate. As soon as the first hint of dawn grayed the sky, we packed up camp with frantic speed, barely speaking. We didn't bother with breakfast. Every shadow seemed too long, every bird call slightly off key. The hike back out, retracing our steps along the now clearly visible trail in the daylight, was tense. We moved quickly, constantly glancing over our shoulders back towards the deeper woods where the hollow voice had called. The forest looked beautiful again in the morning light, deceptively peaceful, but the memory of the night, the chilling mimicry, the predatory presence, had irrevocably changed it for me. It wasn't just our backyard anymore. It was something ancient, powerful, and potentially lethal, hiding just beneath the surface of the beauty. We didn't stop until we reached the car, throwing our packs in the trunk and locking the doors with trembling hands. As Kevin drove us away, back towards civilization, back towards noise and electric lights, I looked back at the wall of green swallowing the road behind us. I knew with bone-deep certainty that I would never forget that voice, and I would never, ever again trust a familiar call from the depths of the woods, especially when dusk is settling in Pisgah Forest. Some things out there know your name, and they wait for you to follow. I don't know if anyone's going to believe this. Hell, most days I don't believe this, but it happened. And I can't explain it. I've tried. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, looking for the logical loophole, the bit I missed. The simple explanation that would let me sleep properly again. Haven't found it yet. Maybe putting it out here, anonymously, into the void of the internet, maybe that helps somehow. Or maybe it just proves I'm losing my mind. Either way, here it is. My name's Henry. Just Henry. Last name doesn't matter. I'm just a regular guy, work a desk job that pays the bills but slowly grinds the soul down. You know the type. Mid-30s, starting to see more gray than I'd like, carrying a bit of extra weight around the middle from too much takeout and not enough movement. A few weeks back, things had just piled up. Work stress, a stupid argument with my sister that blew way out of proportion, the general hum of anxiety that seems to be the background noise of modern life. It all just became too much. I felt like a tightly wound spring, ready to snap. I needed out. I needed silence. Real silence. Not just the absence of city noise. I've always found a weird sort of peace in being alone in the woods. Not some hardcore survivalist, mind you. Just car camping, maybe a short hike in. Enough to feel disconnected. I grew up in Pennsylvania, spent summers exploring the Alleghenies. Now I live further south and the Blue Ridge Mountains call to me sometimes. Boone, North Carolina, that area always felt right. Beautiful, rugged, plenty of places to just disappear for a weekend. So I decided that's what I needed, a solo trip. just me, a tent, in the trees. Clear my head, reset, come back feeling less frayed. I took a Friday off work, packed up my old set-in with my camping gear, mostly stuff I'd had since college. Reliable if a bit worn. Tent, sleeping bag, inflatable mattress. My back isn't what it used to be. A small stove, cooler with basic food, headlamp, boots. The essentials. I told my sister I was going off, grid for the weekend. Told my boss I needed a mental health day. Didn't tell anyone exactly where I was headed. Part of the appeal was being unreachable, unaccountable for 48 hours. The drive up towards Boone was nice. Windows down, mountain air starting to smell clean and sharp. I found a spot off a Forest Service road, one I'd scouted on a map before. Not an official campground, just a pull-off area near a trailhead that led deeper into the Pisgah National Forest. There was one other beat up truck parked there when I arrived mid-afternoon, but no sign of its owner. Probably a day hiker, I figured. Good. Less chance of running into anyone. I grabbed my pack, locked the car, and started hiking. It wasn't a long trek, maybe a mile or so in on a barely their trail. Just far enough that I wouldn't hear road noise. Far enough to feel properly in it. The woods were thick, mostly hardwoods, starting to show the first hints of late summer fatigue. Sunlight filtered down in shifting patterns. It was quiet, except for the crunch of my boots on the path, the occasional bird call, the rustle of some unseen creature in the underbrush. Exactly what I wanted. I found a small, relatively flat clearing near a little stream. Perfect. Dropped my pack, stretched my back, and started setting up camp. It's a ritual I enjoy, the familiar sequence of unfolding the tent, snapping the poles together, staking it down. It's a small, single-person tent. Barely room for me in my bag, bright orange so I wouldn't lose it. Cozy, almost womb, like when you're zipped inside. I laid out my sleeping bag and mattress, organized my small cooking setup a little ways off, hung my food bag from a tree branch, bare precautions, even if encounters are rare right there. As dusk started to settle, the woods changed. The birdsong faded, replaced by the chirping of insects and the occasional hoot of an owl. The light grew soft and hazy. I made a simple dinner, some instant noodles heated on my little stove, and sat on a log just watching the forest darken. The stress I'd carried with me began to loosen its grip, replaced by a simple, physical tiredness in the vast, indifferent quiet of the wilderness. This was why I came. This feeling of being small, insignificant, and blessedly alone. By the time full dark had fallen, I was ready for sleep. The moon was bright, nearly full, casting silvery light through the canopy. It made the woods look ethereal, almost magical. I cleaned up my cook site, made sure everything was secure, did a final walk around my tiny campsite. Nothing out of the ordinary, just trees, shadows, and the gentle murmur of the nearby stream. I crawled into my tent. It was snug, as expected. I took off my hiking boots, leaving them right by the entrance flap, inside the tent. Unrolled my sleeping bag, wriggled in. The air was already cool, hinting at the night ahead. I zipped the tent door completely shut, heard the distinctive zuzz-zip sound, felt the pull tab settle at the bottom. Double-checked it, sealed tight against bugs and drafts. Then I zipped up my sleeping bag, pulled my beanie down over my ears, switched off my headlamp, and closed my eyes. The last thing I remember thinking was how profoundly quiet it was. A deep, ancient silence. I drifted off pretty quickly, tired from the drive and the hike, lulled by the peacefulness I'd craved. Then cold. A deep, penetrating cold that sunk right into my bones. That's what woke me. Not a noise, not a dream, just the sensation of being utterly, teeth, chatteringly cold. My first thought was that my sleeping bag had come unzipped, or maybe the temperature had dropped more than forecast. I was shivering violently, my breath pluming in front of me like dragon smoke. My eyes snapped open, but I wasn't looking at the familiar orange nylon roof of my tent, inches from my face. I was looking up, way up, through a dizzying lacework of black branches, stark against a bright, moonlit sky. Stars glittered like chips of ice. Panic, cold and sharp as the air, lanced through me. Where was I? I tried to sit up, my muscles stiff and clumsy with cold. I wasn't in my sleeping bag. I wasn't on my air mattress. I was lying flat on my back, directly on the cold, damp earth. Pine needles and leaf litter pricked at my back through my tee, shirt, and thermal underwear. My head whipped around, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. There, about 50 feet away, bathed in that same eerie moonlight, stood my little orange tent, and the zipper on the door was open. A dark vertical slash against the illuminated fabric, 50 feet. I scrambled to my knees, the ground biting into my bare skin. 50 feet. How the hell? I looked down at myself. T-shirt, thermals, socks. No boots. My boots were I squinted towards the tent. Through the open flap, I could just make out their shape, sitting exactly where I'd left them, inside. My breath hitched. I scanned the ground around me frantically. The leaf litter was damp, undisturbed. No path of flattened leaves, no scuff marks, no footprints leading from the tent to where I lay. It was as if I'd been plucked from inside my zipped-up tent and sleeping bag and deposited gently 50 feet away on the forest floor. No memory, not a flicker. One moment, zipped securely into my tent, falling asleep. The next, waking up here, freezing exposed, staring at the moon through the trees. The silence of the woods pressed in, no longer peaceful, but menacing. Every shadow seemed too deep, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. How? How did I get here? I wasn't sleepwalking. I've never sleepwalked in my life. And even if I had, how did I unzip the tent from the inside, walk 50 feet without my boots, leave no trace, and end up lying perfectly flat on my back? And why was the zipper still open? My mind raced, grasping for explanations, finding none. Hypothermia, a bizarre dream. But the cold was real, the damp ground was real, the tent standing open 50 feet away was terrifyingly real. Shivering uncontrollably now, as much from fear as from cold, I stared at the dark opening of my tent. Something felt profoundly wrong. An invisible line had been crossed. My sanctuary had been violated, not by a bear or another person, but by something inexplicable. I needed to get back. Needed my boots, my sleeping bag, the flimsy barrier of the tent walls. But the 50 feet separating me from it felt like a mile across hostile, unknown territory. What had moved me? Was it still watching? The cold seeped deeper. I had to move. Now, standing there, kneeling really on the cold, damp forest floor, 50 feet felt like an impossible chasm. Every instinct screamed Danjar. The silence wasn't empty. It was listening. The trees weren't just trees. They were silent witnesses, or worse, hiding places. My mind, desperately trying to impose order on chaos, cycled through impossible scenarios. A prank. Who would hike a mile into the woods in the middle of the night to drag me out of my tent and leave me barefoot 50 feet away and leave no trace? A bear. It would have shredded the tent, my gear. It wouldn't have gently unzipped the door and left my boots neatly inside. Sleepwalking. I hammered on that one again. Could I have developed it suddenly? Unzipped the tent, carefully stepped out of my boots, walked 50 feet over uneven, potentially sharp ground without waking, then laid down perfectly flat, and crucially not zipped the tent back up. None of it made sense. It felt deliberate, precise. Unsettlingly so. The cold was biting harder. Hypothermia was a real risk if I stayed out here. Fear warred with self-preservation. Get to the tent, get warm, get boots on. That became my mantra. I pushed myself up, my bare feet protesting against the sharp bits of stone and twig hidden in the leaf litter. I moved in a low crouch, scanning the tree line constantly, my head swiveling like a broken owl's. The 50 feet back to the tent were the longest walk of my life. Every step was agony, both physical and mental. I expected a hand to grab my ankle, a shape to detach itself from the deeper shadows, a sound to break the silence that wasn't the frantic pounding of my own heart. Nothing happened. I reached the tent, the open flap like a gaping mouth. I practically fell inside, scrambling on hands and knees. My boots, they were right there. Just as I'd left them, laces slightly loosened, dry, untouched. My sleeping bag lay rumpled at the back of the tent, also inside. It was as if I'd just evaporated through the fabric and reappeared outside. With trembling fingers, I grabbed the zipper pull and yanked it down. The zuzz-zip sound echoed unnaturally loud in the enclosed space. Sealed. I was sealed back inside. But the feeling of safety was gone, replaced by a suffocating sense of being trapped. I huddled there, shivering violently, pulling the sleeping bag around my shoulders like a flimsy shield. My breath came in ragged gasps. Okay, think. What just happened? My brain was useless, offering only static and replays of waking up under the trees. There was no rational thread to pull on. It was simply impossible. And when faced with the impossible, the primal part of the brain takes over. The part that doesn't care about logic, only about survival. And it was screaming at me, get out. Get out.
No.
The woods outside, moments ago my peaceful escape, now felt like a living entity, hostile and aware. The gentle murmur of the stream sounded like whispering. The rustle of leaves wasn't the wind. It was something moving, circling. The distant hoot of an owl felt like a warning, or maybe a signal. Staying here until morning was unthinkable. I wouldn't sleep. I'd sit here rigid with terror, jumping at every sound, imagining eyes watching me through the thin nylon walls. Waiting for what? For it to happen again? For whatever moved me to come back and do something else? No, absolutely not. I had to leave, hike out. Now, in the dark, the thought itself was terrifying. Hiking an unfamiliar trail at night, even a short one, is stupidly dangerous. Roots, rocks, disorientation, easy to get lost, easy to fall and injure yourself. But the fear of staying, of what was here in this clearing, was infinitely worse. It drowned out reason. It was a raw, blind panic that demanded action. I started packing. Or rather, stuffing. There was no careful rolling or folding. I crammed my sleeping bag into its stuffed sack, deflated the air mattress by just opening the valve and squashing it, shoved clothes. My stove, didn't even bother cleaning the pot. Food remnants, everything into my backpack with frantic, clumsy movements. My hands shook so badly I could barely work the buckles and zippers. I kept pausing, listening intently, my ears straining against the silence. Was that a twig snapping? Was that movement just outside the tent wall? I jammed my feet into my thick hiking socks, then wrestled my boots on. Lacing them felt like it took an eternity, my fingers fumbling with the laces, my knuckles white. Having boots on made me feel fractionally safer, more capable of flight. Backpack crammed full, tent poles sticking out at odd angles, tent itself still standing. Should I take it down? The thought was absurd. It would take precious minutes, expose me for longer. Leave it. Leave the damn tent. A sacrifice to whatever haunted this clearing. Just get the hell out. The hardest part was unzipping the door again. Voluntarily opening my fragile shelter of the night outside. I took a deep breath, grabbed the zipper, and pulled it up. The slice of moonlit clearing reappeared. Silence. Stillness. I slung my pack onto my back heavier now, awkward, grabbed my headlamp, flicked it on. The bright white beam cut a sharp cone through the darkness, illuminating the ground immediately in front of me, the nearby trees, but making the surrounding darkness seem even blacker and more absolute. Stepping out of the tent felt like plunging into icy water. The air hit my face, cold and carrying the damp scent of earth and decaying leaves. I didn't look back at the tent. I turned towards the faint indentation in the woods that marked the trail I'd hiked in on and started moving. Fast. Almost running, stumbling over roots I couldn't see beyond the immediate pool of my headlamp beam. The mile back to the car felt like a marathon through hell. Every step was fueled by adrenaline and terror. My headlamp beam bounced erratically, creating dancing shadows that looked like figures lurking just beyond the light's reach. I kept whipping my head around, convinced I heard footsteps behind me, the soft padding of something keeping pace just out of sight. Was it the blood pounding in my ears? Or was something actually there? Twice I nearly tripped and fell, catching myself at the last second on a tree trunk, heart leaping into my throat. Once, a branch, unseen in the dark, snagged my pack, pulling me up short with a jolt that made me cry out. I ripped it free frantically and kept going. Faster now. The woods felt close, oppressive. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal arms reaching for me. I didn't stop, didn't slow down until I saw it, the faint, blessed glint of moonlight off metal. My car. parked by the roadside exactly where I'd left it. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost buckled my knees. I half ran, half stumbled the last 100 yards, fumbling in my pocket for my keys. My fingers were numb, clumsy. Dropped the keys. Swore under my breath, snatching them up from the gravel. Click. The sound of the doors unlocking was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. I wrenched the driver's side door open, threw my pack on the passenger seat, and scrambled inside, slamming the door shut behind me. Locked it. Hit the central locking button again, just to be sure. I sat there for a full minute, maybe longer, gasping for breath, chest heaving. My heart felt like it was trying to beat its way out of my rib cage. I risked a look in the rearview mirror. Nothing but the dark slash of the Forest Service road disappearing into the black woods. But the feeling was still there. The feeling of being watched. I jammed the key into the ignition, twisted it hard. The engine turning over felt like a resurrection. Headlights blazed, cutting through the darkness, illuminating the empty road ahead. I slammed the car into gear and peeled out of there, gravel spitting from under the tires. I didn't slow down until I hit the main highway, the reassuring glow of streetlights and the occasional passing car making the world feel slightly less tilted on its axis. But even as the miles clicked by leaving Boone and the Pisgah National Forest far behind me, I couldn't shake the cold dread. I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't dreamt it. Something had happened in those woods. Something impossible. Something that had reached into my zipped-up tent, lifted me out without a sound or a trace, and left me 50 feet away under the moon. What was it, and why? The questions echoed in the empty car, unanswered, terrifying. The drive home was a blur of adrenaline come down and gnawing fear. I knew somehow that this wasn't over. You don't experience something like that and just walk away unchanged. The mistake, the impossibility, had burrowed itself into my mind. The rest of the drive home from the mountains near Boone was fueled by cheap gas station coffee and raw adrenaline. Every pair of headlights in my rearview mirror felt like pursuit. Every dark stretch of highway seemed to pulse with unseen watchers just beyond the shoulder. I didn't dare turn on the radio. The silence, punctuated only by the hum of the tires and my own ragged breathing, felt safer than being startled by a sudden noise. I drove straight through, arriving back at my apartment just as the sky was beginning to pale with the first hints of dawn. Home, my small, familiar apartment. It should have felt like sanctuary, but it didn't. Not entirely. Locking the deadbolt on my front door provided only a thin, superficial layer of relief. As I walked through the quiet rooms, the events of the night replayed relentlessly in my mind: the cold, the moonlight through the trees, the impossible distance, the open tent. I took the longest, hottest shower of my life, scrubbing at my skin as if I could wash off the feeling of the cold earth, the memory of that inexplicable wrongness. Exhaustion weighed on me like lead, but sleep, forget it. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the dark silhouette of the trees against the moonlit sky. I saw the open zipper of my tent, a dark void 50 feet away. I felt the phantom cold seeping into my bones. I ended up sitting on my couch, wrapped in a blanket despite the warmth of the apartment, watching mindless television until the sun was fully up, feeling jumpy and unnerved by every creak of the building settling. Going back to work on Monday was surreal. The office chatter, the emails, the spreadsheets, it all felt trivial, distant, like watching a play about someone else's life. How could I care about TPS reports when just 36 hours earlier, the fundamental laws of physics seemed to have casually broken down around me? I tried to act normal, made excuses about a rough weekend, blamed lack of sleep for my haggard appearance and shaky hands. But inside, I was screaming. The rational part of my brain, the part that pays bills and organizes files, desperately tried to reassert control in the days and weeks that followed. It latched onto every possible explanation, examined it, and found it wanting. Carbon monoxide from a tiny stove used briefly hours earlier outdoors, 50 feet away from where I woke up, utterly implausible. A sudden undiagnosed neurological event, a seizure, a fugue state, maybe. But how does that account for the physical evidence or lack thereof? The unzipped tent, the boots inside, the complete absence of footprints, or any sign of my passage across 50 feet of damp forest floor. How could I have moved that far? Navigating obstacles in the dark, without waking, without leaving a trace, and ending up lying perfectly flat. I considered animal intervention again. Could some predator have dragged me out? Unlikely without ripping the tent or my clothes. Unlikely to unzip it first, and where were the drag marks? Human intervention seemed even less likely. The sheer pointlessness of it. Why target me? Why execute such a bizarre, silent, traceless maneuver to scare me? It worked. But it felt impersonal, precise, like I was an object being moved, not a person being terrorized. I even Googled waking up outside tent, Appalachian folklore strange occurrences, unexplained movement camping boon. Found plenty of spooky stories, tales of strange lights, whispers of things best left undisturbed in those old mountains. But nothing matched the specific impossible details of my experience. Nothing explained the how. The lack of an explanation is the worst part. It's like a key part of my understanding of the world has been removed, leaving a gaping hole. Before that night, I believed in cause and effect, in the solid, reliable rules of reality. Now I don't know what I believe. The world feels thinner, less trustworthy, and the fear it lingers. It's not the sharp, panic terror of that night, but a low, constant hum of anxiety beneath the surface. I jump at unexpected noises. I double-check locks obsessively. I can't sleep without a light on anymore. Forget camping, I haven't even gone for a hike in a park since then. The thought of being surrounded by trees after dark makes my skin crawl. Sometimes, even in my own apartment, I get that feeling, that cold, prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. Is it just paranoia, a trauma response? Or did something follow me back from those woods? I never went back for the tent or the rest of the gear I abandoned. The thought of setting foot in that clearing again fills me with a paralyzing dread. I reported my credit card stolen to avoid charges. If someone found my wallet in the pack, though I doubt anyone did, wrote off the gear as a loss. A small price to pay for escaping whatever resides near Boone. Leaving the tent felt symbolic. Like shedding a skin, leaving behind the naive idiot who thought he understood the world and just needed to clear his head. I haven't told anyone the full story. Not my sister, not my friends, certainly not the authorities. What would I say? Officer, I seem to have been teleported 50 feet out of my zip tent while sleeping. They think I was drunk, high, or crazy. Probably all three. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe the stress finally did make something snap, and my mind fabricated the whole impossible scenario. It would almost be a relief to believe that. But I know what I felt. The cold ground, the damp leaves, the shivering that wasn't just fear. The sight of my boots, safe inside the tent, the undisturbed earth around me. It was real. So, why am I writing this now, posting it here? I don't know. Maybe it's a final attempt to find an explanation, hoping someone, somewhere, has experienced something similar. Maybe it's just a way to get it out of my head, to shout into the void because keeping it locked inside is becoming unbearable. Maybe it's a warning. Be careful where you seek solitude. Be careful of the quiet places. There are things in the deep woods, in the dark spaces between the trees, that don't follow the rules we take for granted. All I know for sure is this: I went camping solo near Boone to clear my head. I fell asleep zip tight in my tent. I woke up shivering on the cold ground 50 feet away, staring up at the trees, with no memory of getting there and no footprints to explain it. It was a mistake, an impossibility I still can't explain, and I have a sickening feeling that whatever moved me knows exactly where I am. The woods might be miles away, but that cold, watchful silence. Sometimes, late at night, I think I can still feel it. My name is Emily. If you're reading this, maybe you're like me, someone who thought they understood the wild, who felt comfortable stepping off the paved road and onto the dirt path. Maybe you thought you knew a place, really knew it like the back of your hand. That's what I thought about the trails in the Green River game lands. That's what my friends Liam, Chloe, and Noah thought too. We were wrong. Terribly, dangerously wrong. And the mistake almost cost us everything. We weren't novices. We'd been hiking together since college, bonding over shared blisters, aching muscles, and the breathtaking views you only earn with sweat and determination. Liam was the unofficial navigator, always boasting about his internal compass, though he usually backed it up with a GPS app on his phone. Chloe was the pragmatist, the one who always packed extra water, a comprehensive first, aid kit, and bear spray even when we teased her about it. Noah was the storyteller, the guy who could turn a mundane squirrel sighting into an epic encounter, keeping our spirits up even on grueling uphill climbs. And me. I guess I was the planner, the one who researched trails, checked weather forecasts, and made sure everyone knew the meet up time. The Green River game lands were practically our backyard playground. Sprawling, rugged, and laced with countless trails ranging from gentle riverside walks to challenging mountain ascents. We'd explored a dozen different routes there over the years. We knew the smell of the damp earth after a rain, the calls of the local birds, the way the light filtered through the dense canopy of oak and hickory. We felt safe there, comfortable. Complacent maybe. The trail we picked for that particular Saturday wasn't even one of the difficult ones. We called it the Ridge Loop, a moderate 5-mile trek we'd completed at least 3 times before. It offered a nice mix of forest walking and a rewarding vista from a rocky outcrop overlooking the river valley. We knew its twists, its turns, its landmarks, the gnarled old oak split by lightning, the small, moss-covered waterfall tumbling into a clear pool, the patch of ferns that always seemed unnaturally green. It was familiar territory, or so we believed. The day started perfectly. Crisp autumn air, a sky so blue it hurt your eyes, and the vibrant reds and golds of the changing leaves painting the mountainsides. We piled out of Noah's slightly battered SUV at the trailhead, laughing and joking, backpacks slung over shoulders. Liam did his usual compass check, more for show than necessity. Chloe double checked her pack zippers. Noah was already composing a dramatic monologue about the epic quest we were embarking upon. I took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of pine and decaying leaves, feeling that familiar thrill of anticipation. "All right, team," I said, clapping my hands together. "Ridge Loop awaits. Standard route, snacks at the Overlook, back before dark for pizza and bad horror movies." Sound good? Everyone agreed enthusiastically. We signed the trail register, Emily, Liam, Chloe, Noah, 10 and 15 a.m., Ridge Loop, and set off. The first hour was exactly as we remembered. The path was well trodden, winding gently upwards through the trees. Sunlight dappled the forest floor. We talked easily, catching up on work gossip, debating the merits of the latest superhero movie, planning our next adventure. We passed the lightning-scarred oak, right where it should be, its jagged wound a familiar marker. Everything felt normal, comfortable. It was Liam who noticed the first oddity, maybe an hour and a half in. We were approaching the section where the trail was supposed to dip down towards the small waterfall. "Huh," he muttered, squinting ahead. "That's weird." "What's weird?" Chloe asked, adjusting her pack straps. "The path. Doesn't it usually curve left here down towards the creek?" Liam pointed. Instead of a clear descending path, the trail seemed to continue straight, climbing slightly. Where the turnoff should have been, there was just dense undergrowth. Thick, thorny bushes tangled together, forming an almost impenetrable wall. Maybe we missed the turn, I suggested, though a flicker of unease sparked in my chest. We knew this part. "No way," Noah scoffed. "Lem, human compass O'Connell, doesn't miss turns on a trail we've done 3 times." He pushed aside a low-hanging branch. "Must be further up." We kept walking, but the ease of the morning was beginning to fade. The path did feel different, steeper than we remembered, narrower. The trees seemed closer, their branches interlaced overhead, blocking out more sun, casting the trail in a deeper, gloomier shade. The vibrant autumn colors seemed muted here, replaced by dull browns and shadows. Okay, seriously. Chloe said after another 10 minutes, her voice tight. Where's the waterfall? We should have heard it by now. At least, she was right. Normally, the gentle rush of water was audible long before you reached the clearing. Now, there was only silence, heavy and watchful. Even the birdsong seemed to have ceased. Liam pulled out his phone. All right, let's see what the text says. He tapped the screen, frowned, then tapped it again. No signal. Great. Since when is there no signal here? I asked. We usually had at least a bar or two, enough for Liam's GPS app to function. Maybe the trees are thicker. Liam offered, though he didn't sound convinced. He put the phone away, a crease forming between his eyebrows. Okay, map and compass time. Let's backtrack a little, see if we missed that turnoff. But backtracking proved impossible. When we turned around, the path behind us didn't look the same either. A large, recently fallen tree, one we definitely hadn't climbed over on the way up, now blocked the trail completely. Its roots were ripped violently from the earth, leaving a raw, gaping wound in the ground. Did you guys see that fall? Noah asked, his voice hushed. We all shook our heads. We hadn't heard a thing. A tree that size falling should have made a tremendous crash. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my mind. This wasn't just us being directionally challenged. This wasn't a faulty memory. Something was fundamentally wrong. Okay, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, channeling my inner planner. Okay, let's not panic. We know the general direction of the ridge. If we keep heading uphill, we should eventually hit the overlook, right? Even if the path is different. Liam consulted his actual compass this time, holding it flat in his palm. Yeah, uphill is that way. He pointed through the dense trees. There was no discernible path in that direction, just thick woods and tangled underbrush. There's no trail. Chloe stated flatly, voicing what we all saw. Maybe the original trail got rerouted. Noah suggested, though his usual optimism sounded forced. Storm damage, maybe. But it didn't feel like storm damage. Storms rip things apart, leave chaos. This felt deliberate. The vanished path, the conveniently fallen tree blocking our retreat, the way the woods seemed to press in on us, suffocating the light and sound. It felt like the forest itself was rearranging, closing doors behind us, opening others we didn't recognize, guiding us away from the familiar and into something else. We pushed forward, off the path that had betrayed us, forcing our way through the undergrowth in the direction Liam's compass indicated. Branches snagged at our clothes, thorns scratched our arms and faces. The ground was uneven, hidden roots threatening to trip us with every step. The silence deepened, broken only by our ragged breaths and the snapping of twigs underfoot. And the feeling grew stronger, settling deep in my gut. The feeling that we weren't just lost, we were being led. Funneled, like prey in a meticulously constructed trap. We'd walked into the Green River game lands, thinking we knew the way back out. But the forest had other plans, and looking around at the darkening woods, at the two thick trees, at the path that was no longer there, I realized our familiar hike had turned into something terrifying. This wasn't the ridge loop. This was somewhere else entirely, and we were trespassers. Pushing through, the undergrowth felt like fighting against a physical force. It wasn't just thick, it was aggressively thick. Briars, sharp as razors, tore at our jackets and jeans, leaving stinging red lines on any exposed skin. Low branches seemed to whip towards our faces intentionally, forcing us to duck and weave constantly. The ground beneath our feet was a treacherous mess of loose rocks, slick moss, and hidden roots that grabbed at our ankles. Progress was agonizingly slow, each step requiring effort and concentration. The silence from earlier was gone, replaced by our own labored breathing, the constant rip and snag of fabric, and the unnerving rustle of leaves that seemed to follow us, always just behind or to the side, even when the air was still. We'd been forcing our way uphill for what felt like hours, though the light filtering through the suffocating canopy hadn't changed much, maintaining a perpetual twilight gloom. Liam kept checking his compass, his knuckles white where he gripped it. muttering reassurances that felt increasingly hollow. "Still northish," he'd say. "The ridge has to be up here somewhere." But the terrain never leveled out into the familiar rocky approach to the overlook. It just kept climbing, getting denser, stranger. The trees grew in unnatural patterns, sometimes too perfectly spaced, like soldiers in formation, other times clustered so tightly their trunks fused together into grotesque, impassable walls of wood. I saw patterns in the way vines twisted around trunks, spirals too perfect to be natural. Patches of mushrooms glowed with a faint, sickly bioluminescence even in the dim daylight. Nothing felt right. The normal chaos of a forest floor was replaced by a kind of ordered wrongness. "Did you guys see that?" Chloe whispered, stopping so abruptly I almost crashed into her. She pointed towards a thicket of ferns to our left. "See what?" Noah asked, wiping sweat and grime from his forehead with the back of his hand. Something moved, big. Her voice trembled slightly. Chloe, our rock, our pragmatist, was scared. That scared me. We all froze, straining our ears. The rustling we'd been hearing seemed to intensify for a moment, coming definitely from that patch of ferns. It wasn't the sound of a squirrel or a deer. It sounded heavier, stealthier. Then silence fell again, even more profound than before. Not a bird call, not an insect buzz, nothing. It was the kind of silence that screams louder than any noise. Probably just a bear. Lime said, trying for nonchalance but failing. He instinctively reached back, touching the bear spray canister clipped to Chloe's pack. "Let's just keep moving. Make noise." Noah tried to comply, attempting a joke.
Maybe it's Bigfoot.
"We'll be famous." But his voice cracked, the humor falling utterly flat, swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere. We didn't want to be famous. We wanted to be back at the car, eating pizza, pretending this hike never happened. We started making more noise, calling out, clapping, deliberately snapping twigs, but it felt performative and useless. The feeling of being watched intensified, prickling the back of my neck. It felt like unseen eyes followed our every clumsy, struggling step through the undergrowth. Occasionally, out of the corner of my eye, I'd catch a flicker of movement, a shadow detaching itself from a tree trunk, a patch of darkness shifting in the peripheral gloom, but whenever I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. Just trees. Silent, watchful trees. The air grew colder, unnaturally so for an autumn afternoon that had started so brightly. Mist began to snake between the tree trunks, thin tendrils at first, then thickening rapidly, swallowing the already dim light. It clung to us damp and chilling, muffling sounds even further. Soon we could barely see 10 feet ahead. Liam's compass became even more crucial, yet also felt increasingly arbitrary. What good was knowing north if north led deeper into this suffocating, sentient maze? Frustration and fear started fraying our nerves. "Are you sure this is the right way, Lamb?" Noah snapped, stumbling over a hidden route for the third time. "Because it feels like we're just getting more lost." "The compass says uphill!" Liam shot back, his voice tight with stress. "What else are we supposed to do? Wander around aimlessly until dark? Maybe we should go downhill." Chloe suggested weakly. "Try to find a stream, follow it out. Downhill could lead anywhere." I interjected, trying to mediate, though my own hope was rapidly dwindling. The map showed the ridge was the highest point nearby. Logically, it's our best bet for orientation if we can find it. F. Noah muttered darkly. It was then that we saw it, looming out of the mist ahead. A structure. Not a natural rock formation, but something built. Rough, dark stones piled into a crude wall, maybe chest, high curving away into the fog on either side. It wasn't part of any trail marking or historical ruin we knew of in the game lands. It looked ancient, primitive, and utterly out of place. "What is that?" Chloe breathed, her fear momentarily replaced by bewilderment. We approached cautiously. The wall was made of dark, rough-hewn stones, fitted together without mortar. Moss and strange, pale fungi grew in the crevices. It felt cold to the touch, radiating a chill that had nothing to do with the mist. We followed it for a few yards, hoping it might lead somewhere, anywhere, but it just seemed to curve endlessly, a meaningless barrier in the middle of nowhere. There were no openings, no signs of purpose. It just was. Liam touched one of the stones, then snatched his hand back. It feels wrong. He didn't need to elaborate. We all felt it. A sense of deep unease emanated from the wall, a silent warning. This wasn't a shelter or a boundary marker. It felt like part of the trap, another piece of the forest's alien architecture designed to confuse and intimidate. As we stood there, paralyzed by indecision and the sheer wrongness of the wall, a sound drifted through the mist. Faint at first, then clearer. Music. Or something like it. It was a lilting, discordant melody played on what sounded like pipes thin and reedy. It was unsettlingly cheerful, yet deeply menacing, like a nursery rhyme sung by a ghost. It seemed to come from beyond the wall, deeper in the mist-shrouded woods. Who's playing music out here? Noah whispered, eyes wide. None of us had an answer. The tune rose and fell, hypnotic and eerie, seeming to pull at us, inviting us to follow it into the fog. For a terrifying moment, I felt an irrational urge to climb the wall, to see what was on the other side, to find the source of that haunting melody. Chloe grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in tightly. Don't, Emily. Let's get away from here. Now. Her sharp fear snapped me back to reality. She was right. The wall, the music, it was another lure, another part of whatever game this forest was playing with us. Which way? Liam asked desperately, looking from his compass to the oppressive wall, then back into the fog-choked trees from where we'd come. Before anyone could answer, the ground beneath our feet shifted. Not an earthquake, but a soft, unsettling subsidence. We staggered, grabbing onto each other for balance. A low groan echoed through the woods, seemingly coming from the earth itself. The strange, reedy music stopped abruptly. The silence that rushed back in was somehow worse, pregnant with anticipation. It knows we're here, I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. It's reacting to us. The trap wasn't passive anymore. The ground settling, the wall, the music, it felt like the forest was probing, testing, perhaps preparing for something else. The overlook felt like a distant, impossible dream now. Survival was the only thought dominating my mind. We weren't just lost in the woods. We were trapped in something predatory, something ancient and aware, and it was closing in. The sheer luck I mentioned earlier. We hadn't experienced any of that yet. Right now, trapped between a creepy stone wall and woods that seemed to groan beneath our feet, luck felt a million miles away. We needed to get out, but every direction seemed to lead deeper into the nightmare. The groaning subsidence of the earth beneath us shattered our last vestiges of composure. The eerie silence that followed felt like a held breath, the moment before the strike. Nobody needed to say it. The unspoken command was run, away from the wall. Liam yelled, grabbing Chloe's arm. Back the way we came.
No, just away.
Logic and direction dissolved into pure primal panic. We turned, stumbling away from the cold stone wall, and the memory of that haunting music, plunging back into the thickest part of the mist-choked woods. We weren't following a compass anymore. We were fleeing an unseen presence, driven by raw terror. If the woods felt like they were pressing in before, now they felt like they were actively grabbing at us. Thorny vines snaked around our ankles like tripwires. Low-hanging branches, thick as arms, seemed to swing down deliberately, forcing us to duck and swerve. The ground became even more unstable patches of sucking. Mud appeared where moments before there had been solid earth, roots wreathed up like claws, and loose rocks skittered underfoot, threatening to send us tumbling. The mist swirled around us, sometimes thinning tantalizingly only to thicken again instantly, playing tricks with our perception. Shapes loomed and receded in the gray haze, trees twisted into monstrous figures, rock formations resembling crouching beasts. And behind us, keeping pace with our frantic flight, was the sound. Not footsteps, exactly, but a heavy, rhythmic presence. A rustling that was too steady, too intentional. The snap of twigs that sounded too close. The feeling of pursuit was overwhelming, a cold dread that spurred us onward even as our lungs burned and our muscles screamed in protest.
It's behind us.
Noah gasped, risking a glance over his shoulder and stumbling, only saved by Liam hauling him upright.
I can't see anything, but it's there.
We crashed through a section where the trees were unnaturally barren, their bark pale and peeling, branches skeletal against the gray mist. The air here was freezing, biting through our layers, and the ground was carpeted in a thick layer of brittle, dead leaves that crunched too loudly underfoot, announcing our every panicked step. It felt like a dead zone, a place sucked dry of life, and the sense of malevolent awareness was stronger here than ever. I risked a look back myself, half, expecting to see some shadowy form detach itself from the gloom, but there was nothing. Only the swirling gray and the dead white trees. Yet, the feeling of being followed, hunted, was undeniable. Chloe cried out, pitching forward as her foot caught on something hidden. She went down hard, her head narrowly missing a jagged rock. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought she was seriously hurt, that we'd have to stop, that it would catch us. Liam and I were on her in a second, hauling her up. Her face was pale, streaked with mud, eyes wide with terror, but she shook her head frantically.
I'm okay.
Go, she urged, pushing us forward. We were reaching our breaking point. Exhaustion, fear, and disorientation were wearing us down. Hope had evaporated, replaced by a grim, exhausting scramble for survival. How long could we keep running? Where were we even going? It felt like the woods could stretch on forever, an endless, shifting labyrinth designed to drain us, break us, and keep us. And then sheer dumb luck intervened. Or maybe, just maybe, the forest momentarily loosened its grip, bored with the chase, or perhaps deciding we weren't the prey it wanted after all. We stumbled blindly through a particularly dense wall of foliage, expecting more of the same suffocating woods, and burst out into clarity. The mist was thinner here, almost gone. Ahead of us, maybe 50 yards away through sparser trees, was a flash of unnatural color. Bright orange. A trail marker. Not one from the Ridge Loop trail we'd started on, but a marker nonetheless. It signified a maintained path, human intervention, a way out. Below the marker, tacked to the tree, was a small, weathered sign with an arrow. Parking lot, 0.5 miles. For a second, we just stared, disbelieving. It felt like a mirage, another cruel trick. But the air felt different here, lighter. We could hear the distant, faint rumble of traffic, a sound so mundane, so normal. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. Is that? Lamb breathed, pointing with a trembling finger. The access road trail. I finished, hope surging through me with dizzying force.
It has to be.
Come on. We didn't need urging. We scrambled, half ran, half fell towards that blessed orange marker, pushing through the last barrier of trees onto a narrow, but clearly defined dirt path. It wasn't our intended trail. Not even close, this path led to a different, smaller parking area on the far side of the game lands from where we'd started, but we didn't care. It was a path. It led somewhere out. We practically sprinted down that half-mile stretch, fueled by adrenaline and the desperate need to escape the oppressive woods behind us. Every rustle in the trees beside the path made us jump. We kept glancing back, terrified the mist would roll in again, that the path would vanish, that the pursuit would resume. The forest still felt watchful, resentful, reluctant to let us go. It felt like crossing an invisible boundary, leaving a place where normal rules didn't apply. Then we saw it, the gravel parking lot. And Noah's blessed battered SUV sitting there, looking completely out of place against the backdrop of the woods we'd just escaped. We burst out of the trees and didn't stop until we reached the vehicle, fumbling with the door handles, piling inside, locking the doors with trembling hands. We just sat there for a minute, chests heaving, gulping air, staring at each other. We were a mess. Scratched, bruised, clothes torn, covered in mud and sweat, eyes wide with residual terror. Chloe was quietly crying. Liam was just staring straight ahead, gripping the dashboard. Noah looked like he'd aged 10 years. I looked back towards the tree line. In the normal afternoon light filtering into the small parking area, the woods looked just like woods. Green, peaceful, ordinary. There was no swirling mist, no unnatural gloom, no sense of presence. It was impossible to reconcile the mundane appearance of the forest edge with the nightmare we just endured within its depths. Had it all been some shared hallucination? A collective panic attack? No. The scratches stinging my arms were real. The torn fabric of my jacket was real. The deep, bone-chilling fear still coiling in my gut was undeniably real. We hadn't imagined it. The Green River game lands we knew, the familiar trails, the comfortable wilderness that was just a veneer. Beneath it, deeper in, something else existed. Something ancient, aware, and territorial. We'd sworn we knew that trail. We'd walked in confident, complacent. But the forest had changed. Or perhaps we'd stumbled somewhere we weren't meant to be, crossing a threshold into its real territory. It hadn't just been getting lost. It felt like the woods themselves had actively manipulated the landscape, isolating us, hurting us, playing with us. That feeling of walking into a trap wasn't paranoia. It was the terrifying truth. We escaped by sheer, dumb luck, stumbling onto an exit path this entity hadn't thought to disguise or block. We drove home in near silence, the radio off, the horrors we'd experienced hanging heavy in the car. We never got pizza. We never watched bad horror movies. How could we, after living through something far more real and terrifying? We haven't been back to the Green River game lands since, none of us. The thought of stepping onto those trails again fills me with ice-cold dread. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear that thin, reedy pipe music drifting on the wind, and the memory of the trees closing in, the ground groaning, the feeling of being hunted, it comes rushing back. We made a mistake that day. We thought we knew the woods, but we knew nothing. We walked into a place that wasn't meant for us, a place that guards its secrets jealously. And we were lucky, unbelievably lucky, to walk back out at all. Don't make the same mistake we did. Some paths aren't meant to be followed. Some forests don't want you to leave.